last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Napanoch Father. That was so nice of you to go ahead and like all the videos or the shorts. I haven't went back and watched any of the shorts, but I remember putting some up about the Proud Fee, and you probably watched the one where I was looking for the yard sign, so they were sitting on top of the vehicle that was JLR's vehicle and looking for the yard sign. So you might have saw that one. And Sebastian's so important too. You know, I'm so thankful that you're going around liking his videos too. So thank you. And then Trishy, thank you so much for the music. I have a good app for this music that I use. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, it's so good to see you. Rogue, Hey Jude, thank you so much, Hey Jude. And I've been doing a Summer Wells crash course, guys. So tonight I found something that came across from 5D, but originally on JLR. So I want to go over that tonight. Meow, good to see you. I saw Just Me, Debutante, Prayer Warrior. We have Sasha, Cece, Kelly, C. Taylor. So good to see all of you guys. And then also I see Prickly Pear. Good to see you. Hey, Jude's got rusty pipes. Good evening, Rusty Pipes. Good to see you. And I'm just making sure I saw everybody. Thank you all so much, and welcome everybody that's coming in too. Show Poodles Irony Rose, good to see you. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I really think those two songs go really well together. The money talks and money. So yes, and I think that has a lot to do with it. I still haven't got a definitive answer about SF, if he's still involved, or kind of what's going on in that regard. So who knows? But yeah, tonight I kind of wanted to go over, because I know a lot of us believe that there's a motive involving the custody battle, or that could have been maybe even a factor in the grand scheme of things, right? Basically, in my opinion, a reason why, and we talked a lot about it with Summer's case last night, just a reason why they wanted to get rid of their child. Like, why would they, right? Not saying they did. Kristen, good to see you. Not saying they did, but what would it be a reason to, right? Because we always look for means, motive, opportunity, right? Those are the biggest factors. And honestly, and I don't know how many of you watch this, but I think a lot of people are looking toward Katie as a prime suspect in the public opinion. Of course, law enforcement has not come out and named any persons of interest in Sebastian's case, but he was last with his mom, right? And so I think a lot of people kind of are looking toward that possibility, right? And so I kind of wanted to explore it tonight. It's been alleged that Nina is going for full custody of Faith, and I'm sure a lot of it has to do with Sebastian is still missing. And I think that they have it in a parenting plan where in the summertime, Faith goes to spend time with her dad, allegedly, and then in the winter time, at Christmas time, she also travels to Tennessee to spend time with her dad and her stepmother Katie. Hey Benny, good to see you. And so with that being said, that is their parenting plan, and that is really kind of on the horizon again when Faith is going to be going for a visit, or plan to go on a visit via the parenting plan. And that's just the only thing I'm going off of, is just my knowledge of that, to the best of my knowledge. But I wanted to know what you all think. Hey Lady Dog Lover, good to see you. And because I personally feel like this could be something, there could be something to this, right? It was said in the very beginning that Chris wasn't too fond of having Sebastian be around Faith. People were really wondering about that. They were really wondering about it. We didn't know what to think. I mean, I didn't know what to think. I thought that was odd. Anytime you ever see Sebastian, he's very loving, in my opinion. And it doesn't seem like he would be someone to keep away from his stepsister, right? It's just odd. When we look at the stepfoot's behavior, I feel like he is somebody that we should re-examine being around other people as well. And so not Sebastian. I think that it's a bit of projection. And I believe that a lot of it stems from, and you guys, we've talked about this a lot, but I'm here to say it again. The ABUSE, child ABUSE of Sebastian. And I'm spelling it out because, YouTube doesn't like certain words, but I think that it goes right back to it every single time. Anytime that we think about what could have happened here, it kind of goes back to that. And now we have, Faith's mom, Nina, saying, I really don't want my daughter to be over there. And, we don't know how Faith is feeling, but recently we heard from her sister, and she said, how she was feeling. And so I'm sure that her memories, are probably more clear than her sister's, although I'm sure she's feeling as an older sister like she needs to protect her younger sister. And that's just how we all feel, about our siblings that are younger than us. We want to protect them. I mean, it's natural. But nevertheless, there is a visit coming up in the summertime. I'm not sure when. The last time there was a visit in the summer, I believe it was sometime around June. So, hey, Holly S., good to see you. Yeah, let's get 200 likes tonight. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hey Jude. Yes. Okay, guys, now I'm going to play this very first part for you, and this is JLR, credit to JLR and 5D, because I got it from 5D's channel. But I think it was a clip. I'm pretty sure, because it's not long. I broke it down just so we can discuss it, because there's a lot in there that's kind of that'll be good to discuss. Hi, Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. Faith is 6 years old, I believe, because I think at the time of the interview she was 5 years old, but I don't know much about. I try not to dig into the little kids, too much, because obviously they're just little. And hey, Mickey Shell, good to see you. So I try not to do it too much, but this is a picture up here that Nina put out, and I think she's okay with it. It's Faith's covering her face, and she's just as precious. She's a precious little baby in this picture, but she's older now. But of course, when she was, alleged to have been like tossed over, or, Chris hit the car seat on the table really hard, she was just, itty bitty. She was like an infant at one point, like almost a newborn, it sounded like. And then, only, probably before a year old when that all happened, when she was taken from Nina. So thanks, Hey Jude. And so let's watch this though. Here we go.
Sebastian Rogers talk. Let's talk. He's still missing. 15-year-old young man with autism. Vanished. Last seen with his mom, Katie Proudfoot. Stepdad in the mix here. What's going on? We're gonna have some breakfast like we do in the morning and discuss case. Plus, I'm bringing that Louisiana hot sauce to this case. Oh yeah, we're gonna make this hot and spicy, this segment. Christopher Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot. Oh, they know. Good morning, everyone. They know. Ooh, we're gonna make this hot. Oh, they know. The father, the biological father, Seth Rogers, spoke. He actually called into another YouTuber I did listen to. Interesting stuff. But, I was looking at the LinkedIn bios of both Katie Proudfoot and Christopher. And, you know, they're both in the military. Which has me like, but the mother works Brinks security and also is a electric installation with the military. We're having breakfast. We're hungry for the truth. Here's what's interesting, folks, about this. Now, Christopher Proudfoot is involved with some litigation out there in New Mexico. Oh, and it's juicy. We said on JLR Investigates, we're not going to say who the ex is. I'm not going to say that. But what I'll say is, you can look up that case yourself. It's publicly available. But here's the thing. The day after Sebastian was reported missing, on 2/27, 2024, there was a filing in that case with Proudfoot. And in that filing, it says, witness list. Witness list. Now, it's interesting because just 1 month, well, 2 months, month and a half prior to when Sebastian got missing, in Christopher's case out there in New Mexico, in reference to child custody, DV allegations, really juicy, detailed stuff, which I'm in the process right now of getting copies of. It's public information. And when we get it, we'll share. But just a month and a half prior, Katie Proudfoot files an affidavit in that case. She files an affidavit in this case. I wonder what they were saying. And I find it interesting, folks, that, well, actually 228 witness list, 2 days after. But sometimes people in parts of litigation, they'll file something and it takes days for it to actually officially get it on the docket. What's on that witness list? Because some scenario was presented to me. Is it possible that Sebastian was to be asked about his experience with the stepdads in regards to the hearing about the other child? Was Sebastian on that witness list? And Christopher didn't want Sebastian to say things on the record of what's going on in that household in reference to Christopher's case with the ex and the child custody. Who the ex, by the way, filed an emergency petition just the other day. She wants custody of that child, the child that they have together. Now, Seth Rogers spoke. He says there was video of Katie and Sebastian the night before eating. It's also been revealed, folks, it's also been revealed that Christopher was working in Memphis for the prior week. You know anything about that?
Yeah, so we do know a little bit about that, right, guys? But we don't know for sure. You know, I really can't make heads or tails of whether Chris was home that weekend or not. I really can't. I wish I could say definitively. Do I think he might have been home? Sure. Oh, good to see you, Forrest. Good to see you, Ann Reynolds. And then I also saw Little Miss Sharon in here. Good to see you guys. Little Miss Sharon says, I bet he bloody didn't. My goodness. You know, hey, Borna Honey, good to see you. It's just crazy. Holly S says, in my opinion, one of the reasons why he was also always acting funny was because he probably had girlfriends all over the place. I know, and I've yet to another thing I can't make heads or tails of, and I don't want to because, I'm not sure. I don't want to say either way because I don't want to hurt someone's feelings if they're telling the truth. And I also don't want to hurt Chrissy Poo's feelings either because we don't want to do that now. But, hey, Loretto. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. So yeah, a lot to unpack in that short little clip there, I think. So Katie works for Brinks. Obviously, we know that, right? In the military, she was some kind of electrician. She installed equipment. I'm not very good with that. I'm very girly, and you won't see me installing anything. And then let's see here. We have the custody battle in New Mexico, right? So JLR says it's really juicy, but and I'm sure it is by all definitions of juicy. But I also think that her having to file this emergency custody, filing for emergency custody petition, excuse me, that's what I was looking for. It's really scary for Nina, I would imagine, just having to go through that and then not knowing. I'm praying that the judges or judge, whoever is presiding over this, makes a good decision in this case, because I don't think that it's a good idea to send Faith over there. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. And I know that she needs her dad, but maybe phone calls might be a good thing. Or maybe Chris can come and see her, if they were to get a hotel or something like that and then have it supervised, something like that, I think would probably be the best option right now, because I don't believe in taking kids away from parents either. So, but then again, you can't also leave them in a bad situation or put them in danger. I always think about Josh Powell, right? Guy who, did get a supervised visit with his kids and ended up unaliving them both in a very horrific way, locked the CPS worker out of the house and unalived his 2 children. And, it's still, alleged and not, found out, because he took his life too. If he did anything to the wife, because Susan Powell was allegedly her life was taken by him. Thank you, Michelle. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for hitting that like. Thank you so much, Hey Jude, for gifting a membership. If you got a membership from Hey Jude, please tell her thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Freedom Family. And Holly S says that. Thank you, Holly S. Thank you so much for your excellent content on this case. Prayers for Sebastian and Seth. Yeah, I really appreciate that so much, Holly S. And I'm always praying for them too. I'm praying with you guys because I know everybody is, rooting for Seth. I was watching Hindsight's video today, a short that popped in. Speaking of shorts, but it was of Seth at one of the vigils, and I don't want to misquote which one it was at, but he was just saying thank you to everyone, and he's just so genuine, and I don't know, he just brings me to tears, just his drive to find Sebastian, and just the kindness and nice words that he says to everyone who's out there looking and helping, and just very sweet. And oh, I'm so sorry, Ann, to hear about your back. Hey, wait, what? How are you? Hey, Meg. Good to see you, Megan Els. How about the psycho man that just had a conjugal visit with his wife and unalived her during the visit? Oh my gosh, I did not hear about that, Napanoch Father. That's crazy. Wow. No kidding. And see, that's why you have to be so careful. And I'm not saying that Chris would do it, right? I'm not alleging that he would do that. It's just, it's scary. It's so scary to think that something like that could happen. And even when a CPS worker is there, or in that case, a conjugal visit, I mean, they're in jail. Hey, Lady for Justice, good to see you. Thank you for being here, hon. And so, it's just very, Hey, hindsight. Yeah, I was just watching your short. I was just watching your short today, and it just reminded me of, just Seth's dedication. And Megan L says, "Oh wait, what did KP file for?" So okay, so in this, what JLR is alleging is that Katie filed for an affidavit in the case, but he doesn't really say like what. Oh, sorry guys, my table. Um, he doesn't really say what the affidavit is, but he said that prior to Sebastian going missing, um, he's wondering if Chris Proudfoot's family court case is one of the motives or reasons why they probably didn't want Sebastian talking to the judges. And, I don't know that he would go on record per se, but I think that even like the judge may be asking him to come into chambers and talk. Um, I don't know. I thought that was kind of debunked, and now we're kind of hearing about it again. So it's just, it's unbelievable. It is so messed up, Napanoch father. It really is. It gets to be more and more disturbing. And, last night I was talking about everything with Summer's case. It's just super disturbing to know that there's all of these really bad elements, and then these poor kids go missing. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. So, KP filed an affidavit. Yeah, she filed an affidavit, and Nina filed a petition for, and it's probably more of like in family court they call them modifications. I don't know what they call it in New Mexico. But that's where this custody battle is going on, and she filed an emergency petition for custody, because it's the visit per the parenting plan is upon us, for summertime, because Faith would go in summer, and then she'd also go in the wintertime around Christmas. And Forrest says KP filed it 2 days after Sebastian went missing. Yeah, they said 2/28. He said 2/28. It was the witness list was filed 2/28, 2 days after Sebastian went missing, so 24. But I know he was saying something about it being like it was filed, so maybe it took a little bit for it to go through all the way, or I'm not sure. Yeah, thank you. Wait, what? At age 12 in Oklahoma, the child can speak about what they know and want. Sure, exactly. And it's like that many places too. And I don't know if, um, I don't know what age it is in New Mexico, but I would think that with this case going on the way it is still, that they would consider, take that into consideration. Sasha says Chris said he didn't go, or he didn't do the spectrum. I suggested that the 3-hour conversation was actually with Sebastian about the case. Oh, right. Oh, I gotcha. And that's very possible. I mean, maybe there was because it looked to me like in some of the footage from the Texas Roadhouse that Katie was talking to Sebastian using her hands and kind of telling him things like she was doing one of these, she was um explaining maybe something, or telling him this is how it is. And they could have been talking about the upcoming court case. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, sorry, guys. See, yeah, he did. That's right, Lady for Justice. He did. He said that he does not believe that Sebastian was on a witness list. And all we saw really today, that JLR had, was just like something that said witness list on it. And so I don't know, you know, who would have been on that list. He says that he's about to get some more information on it, but I thought it would be interesting to talk about, because I've always myself thought that there was something to, if it wasn't the main motive, right? Maybe it was kind of a snowball effect of events, not having just one motive for it. There might have been a straw that broke the camel's back or something. Of course, I think it was premeditated, but I don't, I don't disregard that it might be a snap, right? So, but thank you, Lady for Justice, because you're right. Tony Mathis did debunk it. So, I mean, he said no, Sebastian wasn't going to be on the witness list. Yeah, they say in the court system, it's wild. But see, Holly S., and there was something that I was reading when they took BHB to court, and it was about narcissists and how they keep people in the court system, and how they just really love to do that because they're getting supply every time they see you, or they know that they're causing you pain, and like the torture of going back and forth through the system, like they are willing to even pay for lawyers, long term, to go after somebody in the court system, and they just stay in it. It is so, like, that's a perfect way to say it. It's wild to me, like, but it happens all the time, and the narcissist loves it because they're getting that attention. They're hurting the other person. In this case, I really believe that he wants to take Faith because he wanted to, because they had that other, because this emergency filing is separate from, kind of the witness list stuff that we're talking about, for any of you that kind of don't know yet. But there was an active custody battle already in New Mexico between Chris Proudfoot and his ex-wife, Nina, right? And he's had 3 other ex-wives before Nina, so she was the 4th, and then Katie is the 5th marriage that he has. But yeah, that was an active custody battle, and then it was a point of contention. So I don't know if it was the main, or if it was one of the reasons. Motion to amend. Lady for Justice says, thanks, Lady for Justice. And Town Chat Cafe says, has it been proven by any witnesses that SR was seen at home after the Texas Roadhouse? Okay, so this is a great question, and I think it's really cloudy, right? Because we are meant to believe that someone took the trash out, and when Katie was telling her story on Chronicles of Olivia, she told Olivia that the trash was taken out by Sebastian when they got home from the Texas Roadhouse, that is his chore, and he takes the can to the end of the driveway. So we can kind of see it in other pictures where it's like up by the garage. So I'm imagining that, like, he comes out, takes it to the end of the driveway. That's what Katie alleges, but I don't think that there are witnesses to that besides Katie. I know that there was a video that Seth said was very hard to tell, and it was like super grainy, like it was hard to tell. And so I think that might be, a big part of, why we don't know for sure, because I think if Seth saw it, he would have just said, yeah, that was definitely Sebastian. He took the, can to the end of the driveway, but we've never really heard that. He said it was too hard. So I get really cloudy when it comes to that. Other witnesses, not that I know of, but some people might know more in the chat too. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, that's so curious. I wonder what she filed in the affidavit. I don't know. I'm very curious too. And all he says in the video, and I did write it down. Let me see it. He says, KP filed an affidavit in the case, and and also he thinks that like Sebastian's experiences with CP was going to be asked about by the judge, right? And also didn't want Sebastian to go on record. And I don't know if that means that he was on the witness list or if he wasn't, because Lady for Justice said Tony said he wasn't on the list. So you can emancipate yourself also. Yes, Sasha, that is true. Lil Redo says, okay, now I can pay attention over here. Oh, good, Little Redo. Good, good. I know it's a lot. It's a lot, guys. And then also like, kind of a mysterious, giveaway to the affidavit doesn't say really what it was about. And Megan Els says, hopefully Nina has her daughter in therapy and the therapist holds so much in, and child custody cases. I know, and I do believe that too. See, and I'm glad that you said that, because that was another kind of part to it that I thought maybe with all of the notes that the therapist had released to Seth, maybe those were going to be released to the judge in that case, not necessarily by the Proud Fee or anything, but maybe it was brought into question and maybe those were going over there, but I don't know, because there was a lot of notes about things that were going on. So it's curious. I don't think, Tennessee would have gotten a hold of CPS over in New Mexico or anything. I don't. Hey Jude says, yeah, Megan Nels, I agree. Was the dash cam on from the time they left Texas Roadhouse until they pulled in the driveway at home? Allegedly, it was on in the driveway at home. I am not sure at what point it, kicked on, if it, whenever it kicked on. I'm not 100% on that either. It's, again, something that's kind of cloudy. I hear that there is dash cam audio of Sebastian in the garage, right? As in the car was parked in the garage and his audio came through. But I have not heard it myself. Hey, Hope Flo, it's good to see you. Ooh, what about the RICO case new filing accepted? I haven't read, I have to read that, guys. I am so behind because there's so much going on. And then also, like I said, I'm crash coursing in Summer Wells's case. So, which, there's just so much. There's just so much. You think kind of a case fairly well, and then you deep dive into it and you think, wow, there's so much that I didn't know, or okay, now that makes sense because I realized this, something like that. So, yeah, supposedly Holly S says, yeah. Let's see, guys. I'm sorry. I'm probably so behind in the chat. Hey, James Cooper. Good to see you. James says, I think, in my opinion, she had asked it if it would be all right for CP to join them, and he shook his head no. Then that was when she went into a lecture telling him that it was not going to go this way and to suck it up. CP to join, like at the table, Katie at the table with Sebastian. Is that what you're thinking the conversation was, James? And Sebastian says, Hey Jude says Sebastian was seen riding home from the Texas Roadhouse on Katie's dash cam. Thank you, Hey Jude. Yeah, so there's footage of him riding home, or you can tell he's in the car, right? Because the dash cam is facing outward, right? Hey Jude, it's not facing toward them. I'm just imagining that it's audio, or the new filing being accepted is good for Seth. Good. Yes, it is good, Lil Redo. It is good. Hey, Astrology for Mystics. Good to see you. Yeah, very good. And guys, I told you that stuff is going on, and it really is. And hey Maria, good to see you. it's just, we can't have that. It's not fair to anybody in the case, really. Holly S says, I don't think there's a woman out there who can change or help Chris, in my opinion. Well, and he doesn't want to. He really doesn't want to. And I know that a lot of us women, we do think, I could fix this guy. He's all right. There's certain things that are good, right? He took my son fishing. He took me to a faux restaurant. We make it up in our heads. But in the same way, I just don't think so either. I just don't think he's ever gonna. And Trishy says, Holly, yes, I think the RICO is a strategy for criminal network takedown and overall getting witness testimony for Sebastian's case, in my opinion. That's a really smart comment, Trishy. I mean, and it very well could be. I mean, there's a lot of people, my take is like, if you're impeding the investigation and not doing anything to help, or you're hindering things from happening, or lying, or, even bullying people around. And I don't know if this rises to the level of illegal, but, bullying people around because they have a difference of opinion, or they're trying to find, Sebastian. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like there's no place for it. No place for it at all. Yeah, well, and that's what I'm worried about, James. I really am. And just I'm also worried about Faith's best interest because, and not Chris's. Like, I'm sorry, and I understand that's not going to be a happy time for you, but you also have to understand that there was a child that went missing from your home. They're still haven't been found. And then there was also, ABUSE going on in the household. It with all of the CPS reports that came from Chris and Katie's household, I would think that any judge, and I'm hoping and praying that I'm right, that every single judge out there would be like, no, it's not safe for Faith to have to go over there. It's just not safe for her until something happens, and maybe even more than a parenting class or 2 or 20. Because at the end of the day, no amount of parenting classes is going to bring Sebastian home. It's going to take Katie telling the truth. It's going to take Chris telling the truth, because I believe that they know. See, astrology for mystics says the custody battle, in my opinion, is the root problems with Sebastian. And I really believe that too. I really do. I've thought that was either like a main motive, or like a culmination of it, right? Like, we can't have him talking and then, and also, CPS was involved over here, and so we know that, the judge might find out in New Mexico. I'm sure they were very stressed out about the judge finding out in New Mexico that there was CPS, and and I don't know what was going on, and what Nina's mindset was at that point, but I'm guessing that maybe, she was pushing for some of this, like, after Sebastian went missing, with the family court. I would be, and I just feel like, from what she said, the type of person that she is, I just think that she was definitely pushing for the courts to recognize what was going on. So I don't know how long she knew about the CPS reports, but it might have been something that was, or counseling too, because there could have been a time where Chris had mentioned the counseling and she mentioned it to her lawyers. I don't know. Of course, that is alleged, but it could have happened, like that. And Maria says, I don't think Sebastian took the trash out, in my opinion. Well, and it's just hard to say. I don't really think so either until we have more proof that he did, and I know it's like no proof that he did or didn't, but I do know that Seth saw it, Maria. So thank you for your comment. That's what I was saying. James Cooper, astrology for mystics, agrees with James. Yeah, but what if it was another person to make it look like him, or maybe it was her trying to look like him. I'm still suspicious of that part too. Yeah, it's hard. I know. I know it's really hard to tell. Um, especially if we can't see the video, it's going to be just too hard. And especially if it, if his dad doesn't really know if it's him or not. So yeah, they enjoy the trouble and chaos. They do. They enjoy that, creating chaos for somebody else, sitting back and laughing about it. They're troublemakers for sure, Holly S. They just like to, stir the pot and see how they can mess things up and sit back and say, "Oh, I did a good job there. I'm happy now." MS, good to see you. His shoes got home. So he got home from Texas Roadhouse. Well, and that's a good point. I would think that if, unless, well, I mean, I don't think there was enough time. Now, JLR, we'll see later, he does mention like possibly an ice cream, how they might have went out for an ice cream, and I never heard of that before, but I thought, well, maybe they went to Culver's and got a malt or something really quick, through the drive-through. Same thing, Dairy Queen, Sonic. I mean, it's pretty quick to get stuff. It's fast food. Wait, what says, I don't think Sebastian made it to Stafford on the 25th. I don't believe the spaghetti pancakes either on the 25th. I'm almost thinking Sebastian stayed somewhere else Saturday night, in my honest opinion, allegedly. Yeah, well, I mean, that could be a possibility. I mean, because she said she was running around and then she went to a friend's house, so maybe he was picked up from there. That's how I can kind of see that working. But yeah, thank you for your comment. I mean, it's so hard to tell because Katie doesn't tell the truth. That's what's frustrating to me, Thanks, Hey Jude. Yeah, astrology. I'm gonna have to go over and subscribe. When a parent files for an ex parte order, that is the meaning of an emergency order to get a judge something serious has gone on. Well, Lady for Justice, maybe CP like threatened Nina or something. Maybe she got an angry phone call or something like that, or they were texting back and forth and something he said was like super inappropriate. I can see that happening, and spurring this, spurring her to file for this emergency petition. And Lady for Justice says Justin with Clutch and Pearls has checked on that, and there is an audio of Sebastian's voice from whatever system she has in the vehicle. Okay, yeah. So there was. See, this is what I heard too, Lady. That there was an audio from inside of the vehicle, like where they were like parked in the garage, and then you could hear him. You could hear Sebastian. Whilst, I know a lot of people say whilst in the garage, he was in there and allegedly. Hey, Deanna, good to see you. Yeah, Summer, our sweet little Summer. I saw a different version of the Texas Roadhouse video where KP was actually talking to Sebastian and they seemed to be getting along. She was scrolling on Facebook, or of the kind of, she shows Sebastian her, okay, oh, I didn't know about that one, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I'm going to have to look for that one. New video of Katie. The Roadhouse. Yeah, because we've seen different ones. I mean, for a while there, I thought she was just eating the French fries, right? But then they kind of put another one out where she was eating like, it looked like she had a meal of some sort, and she was eating like potatoes or something, like mashed potatoes. So there's several versions out there. I would like to see the full unedited. This is a horrible request that's never going to get answered, right? Probably. But I want the whole video, start to finish, nothing no kind of editing whatsoever. And I would be so happy, and because that's the only way that my brain will be able to fully process all of the events of the Texas Roadhouse dinner, right? And that, I think that's the way any of us are. We could probably piece it together, but I know a lot of it has been edited, slowed down. There's certain areas of focus, but I would just like to just have the unedited start to finish. I would do. Oh my gosh, that would just be. It would be better than Katie's watch history. Gosh. Megan Nell says, Lady for Justice, has someone filed an ex parte order? See, and that's what I was wondering, if it was something to do with, I mean, you can get an ex parte for your child, so it wouldn't necessarily have to have been something that Nina, it's not, necessarily Nina versus Chris. It could have been Nina getting an ex parte for her daughter. So that's a great question, Meg. So I'm not sure. And Mama Bear says the ongoing court stuff is called, it's Latin. It's Latin, vexatious. I hope I said that right. Litigation, and is actually illegal. A vexatious litigant is someone who repeatedly files lawsuits or engages in legal actions party, and then continued. Thanks, Mama Bear. Often without merit, primarily to harass, annoy, or cause undue burden to opposing rather than seeking genuine justice. That is like a perfect definition. And I'm going to go and learn how to pronounce that word. Vexatious, right? Vexatious litigation. I mean, it's exactly what he's doing. And he's been doing that, because the judge settled it where, and I mean, when Faith was just a baby saying, hey, this woman is allowed to go back to where she came from. I mean, I know that sounds kind of weird, right? Or maybe like insensitive. I'm not trying to be, but like, go back to New Mexico with your family. Why did you come here? They were asking her in court, according to Nina, like, why did you come here? And she's probably thinking to herself, God, if I know, I regret it, right? But either way, they were asking her that. So that judge, I believe, was aware that she was going to go back to her, where she came from. And then, they were going to set up this parenting plan for visits and stuff, right? And so that's what he's been doing since then, is just annoying. Let's see, harass, annoy, cause undue burden. But he's not seeking justice, in my opinion. It's not like he's saying, like, if Nina was an unfit parent, right? If she's like doing really hardcore rugs, or if she's neglectful, doesn't care about her kids, but that's not the point. That's not the case. He's just being malicious, vindictive, all the things that you're not supposed to be, because you're supposed to be thinking about your kids and what their best interests are. And I wonder if Faith has a guardian ad litem, because typically in the family court cases, the child will have a guardian ad litem who is assigned to represent the child, right? And then the parents pay for, both split the cost of a guardian ad litem. That's usually how it works. But I don't know how New Mexico family court operates. I don't know if the guardian ad litem is like, a federal thing, if it's state to state. I'm not sure about that, but that would be something really to deep dive in. Thanks, Mama Bear. I appreciate that. Astrology for Mystic says, yes, he was allegedly seen and heard on the dash cam. Thank God. I mean, at least we know that much, and I'm glad to hear that, because I did hear that once before, and it was from a very reliable source. I just was still unsure of kind of the details surrounding it. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, with That being said, I feel something made her snap at home. And see, that's why I can't disregard it, because it's kind of like, if we run through scenario A, I can see the snap happening. If I run through scenario B, I could see it being premeditated. And so I'm kind of 50-50 on both of them. Not disregarding one or the other. I think I said one time like 70-30, but um, it there's just strong possibilities either way. Oh, Astrology for Mystic says, I'm invested in Summer's case too, but yeah, there is still stuff I don't know. Yeah, I mean, she's just a beautiful little girl. How could you not fall in love with her? I mean, it's just like any of these kiddos. I posted Amari on my community wall, but it was a story about him saving his little brother's life, because his little brother was in the river and was going to drown, and he jumped in and saved his brother, but he ended up getting swept away by the river. Rivers are super, strong waterways, right? And they can kind of swoop you up if you get into that current. And it's very, very scary. And he's a hero, you know what I mean? And just his story, his face, like, it's just like, I'll never forget his face, because he's just adorable young man, taking care of his brother, brave, 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 brave. And those are my favorite heroes, just ordinary people doing their best, because that's all we can ever do. I saw there's an email from, hold on one second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. It kicks me off. It just kicks me off and puts me on the public Wi-Fi that does not work. It's like, here you go, use this one. I'm like, no, thank you. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Vexa. I need an audio. I need one that tells me, and then I say it like so. Then I say it over and over until I get it in my brain. I love these. I love new words, though. You guys have no idea how much I love new words. So thank you so much, Mama Bear and Hey Jude. You guys are so awesome. Yes. Okay. So Hey Jude says, yes, it would be audio of Sebastian, Lady Freedom. Thank God. And see, those are the things that just give me hope, because before then I was on the fence about that too. I was like, maybe he didn't make it home. Maybe he did. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to, debunk anything that hasn't been debunked, I guess, unless I know for a fact. Like, there's certain things like the trash truck. I think we all debunked that without debunking it, right? We're just like, whatever, that is not a trash truck, spare me. I'd love to know what was said on that cam on the way home. Me too, Holly. Yes, I'm like so curious. It was just a strange interaction at the dinner, and I would like to see. I need to look that one up. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mama. I need to look that one up and try to find it. So if you guys know where it's at, is it a new dog one, or is it on X? Yes, we are. Yes, ma'am. Hey Jude, we're going to continue this series comparing cases. You guys are, I think, really going to enjoy it. I think you guys are going to love it. And again, it's just, and I don't want to be reiterating it, or repetitive with it, but Summer doesn't have a Seth. Summer doesn't have somebody advocating for her, and so I think it's really important to re-examine her case. Like I said, there was so much that I learned, so I think, like, even coming into, say, Sebastian's case, because I was like, wow, this is, Summer 2.0. I really believe that. And I think that somebody even coming into the case, say they started following Sebastian's case, 6 months into it. There's going to be all of that time where they didn't maybe know everything that was going on before that. And so that's kind of how I feel with Summer's case, except for it's like years later, right? And so I'm like trying to really catch up and understand the players, right? Like who all is involved. It would be kind of like, again, coming into Sebastian's case 6 months in and being like, okay, what is going on here? Because if we think back to Sebastian's case, 6 months in is when the FBI put out the $50,000 reward, right? So right about that time, so much happened. So much happened. And Prayer Warrior says CP doesn't need any other women than his mama, in my opinion. He needs to stay off the ladies. I agree. I agree. Good night, Maria. Thank you for being here. I think a lot of the Rico stuff is separate from what happened to Sebastian, but KK will never tell where he is. I believe that, Lil Redo. I believe that. I don't think that we're going to get any truth out of Katie. I don't, not unless there's a trial and maybe she goes on the stand, or if something happens and she decides to roll on Chris. But let me go to this next clip, because it's interesting kind of what JLR has to say about this too. So we'll go ahead and just play this next one.
Day 16 in search of Sebastian. I have some new information regarding the timeline. Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, spoke last night about the case. This weekend, the weekend of his disappearance, was his mom's weekend to have him. Seth gets him every other weekend. So that's interesting. The weekend that Sebastian went missing, he was with the mom. The next weekend, he goes with the bio dad. Seth had just finished up a 12-hour shift with the Davidson County Sheriff's Department when Chris contacted him about Sebastian being missing. He last spoke with Sebastian on the Thursday prior to his disappearance. So Katie reports Sebastian missing on the 26th in the morning. According to the stepfather, or according to the father, the biological father, he last spoke to Sebastian on Thursday. So now you got that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Remember, authorities are trying to look a little bit into this surveillance stuff on Sunday the 25th, the day before. This is normal as he allows the mother to have an uninterrupted weekend with Sebastian, and she does the same for him. It is Seth's understanding that Chris, the stepdad, was in Memphis for around a week leading up to Sebastian's disappearance. Now, is there truth to that? The mother, remember the mother, we played the mother's video yesterday where she and Christopher Proudfoot were speaking. They weren't speaking with their faces on camera. But the mother did, I noticed the mother did say she did things with Sebastian the day before. I didn't hear anything about Chris being part of this, whatever was going on Sunday. There is truth to this, that Chris was actually in Memphis. Or could he be confused and Chris actually went that weekend for the following week? So it seems like the biological dad would know. He knows these key details, and he's sharing key details. So that's interesting. Because if Christopher was in Memphis 3.5 hours away, then we're getting into a situation, is Chris protecting the mom? Or was Chris orchestrating stuff while he was at his work? Or is Chris not involved? Period. But for Chris, knowing that he'd been in numerous marriages, to go to the extreme to cover for Katie, see, in my eyes, I'm feeling Katie is the number one suspect. It's like almost the pieces are lining up. That if you could name suspects, and I'm calling Katie and Christopher prime suspects because they're both colluding with each other. One might be the lesser of two evils, but it seems like Christopher is ride or die with Katie on the situation. Katie's the last person to see the kid. The biological father says he wouldn't go out barefooted. He had an ant incident, got bit up by ants. He wouldn't go out there barefooted and with a flashlight. It doesn't make sense, folks. So all eyes on Katie. Let's continue.
Okay, guys. So basically, some pretty heavy stuff at the end there, which I have to say I agree. I agree with what JLR is saying here, right? So KK, number one suspect, main suspect, Chris and Katie, prime suspects, both colluding. There may be a lesser of two evils, but still seem to be ride or die, with each other. And I think that has a lot to do with Chris's family's involvement. That's my opinion. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. Hey, Tony Fire. Hey, good to see Tony Fire. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. His cops on. Mama noticed he always goes back to live near her. Oh, gosh, so weird. That's so weird. Nina's daughter is at risk when another child has already gone missing. I agree, Meg. I really do. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be, hateful or be like, no, he shouldn't be around his kid. And, because I don't like that sentiment. I don't. But I think she's very at risk. I think it puts her in harm's way, unfortunately. And that's, I know that's going to be controversial. I understand that. I understand people will say, well, hey, what about the fact that they haven't been named as suspects by the police? It's like, I understand that. But again, with Katie being the last person around Sebastian, it really causes me to wonder, pause, and say, can we just at least take, precautions and make Chris go the extra mile instead of putting a child in harm's way? I think that is reasonable because of the events, Thank you, Napa Noach Father. Thank you. And James Cooper says, I also believe if they was to watch the full video for that day, widen the time slightly, they would probably be able to see him coming or leaving the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. Yeah, well, they do have the one clip where Sebastian's coming in and he's got his hands in his fingers in his ears, when he's walking. That's walking in to the Roadhouse, and they do have him leaving. But I would like to see a wider view as well. I think that's a really good idea, not just, them pulling up, but what was kind of happening before. Was that yellow jacket guy around? Of course, I want to know about this yellow jacket, guy. Oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. Yes, I know. I hate that, guys. Hey, Aries. Good to see you, Aries. Megan Nell says, y'all, all ninja would have to do is show the core of CP joking after, joking, asking for a flyer of his missing boy. Exactly. I think that speaks volumes, like a lot of the stuff that he's done. Or how about the Call-In at Turtle Island? I still haven't listened to that, you guys, because I'm like, I just don't need to be put in a bad mood because it is maddening. It's like, what are you doing? Like, oh gosh, it's like, can you call in when they're talking about your stepson? Are you going to, behave yourself today? Goodness sakes. Debutante says, if the court asks Sebastian about Chris's abuse, CP knows he'll never get his daughter. CP and the family saw that as an obstacle, so that had to fix it, in my opinion. Yes. Oh, yes, I will do that. Hey, Jude, thank you. Yes. I got to get on it. And then I also have 2 others, and I thought I did it, but I hope I saved it. It's so itty bitty when I go to do it. But yeah, I mean, I believe that to be true, Debutante. I do. I do. And Napanoj Father says, I really like to know if Katie's dash cam was rolling when she was driving through the neighborhood that morning when she was supposedly looking for Sebastian, but I would love to hear what's on it. Yeah, well, and that's another that's another great point. You know, I would think it would be rolling at that time because my understanding would be like when you turn the car on. Now, I don't know if you have to push the button to start it or if it's an automatic, situation. I would think with somebody who's really good at installing stuff, I think that she would be able to install equipment and, do it in a way that it would be the easiest to operate. It just my opinion. So that's a great point, Napanoch Father. I'd like to know that as well. Write that one down too. Yeah, KP dash cam morning. Yeah, because that's a great point, you know. Sebastian could have said something to Faith, or Faith may have may have seen ABUSE and told her mom. Very possible. Very, very possible. I agree. I agree. And little Miss Sharon says, so why didn't the dogs pick up Sebastian scent? Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, maybe he wasn't outside a whole lot. Again, with Sebastian always wearing shoes, it's my understanding that, of course, footprints and, scent, if he was walking around outside barefoot, there would be more DNA, right, to work with, more of a scent to work with. But if he wasn't and he was wearing like shoes, it would have just been like shoe prints or, different things, less of a scent, but you would still have a scent from him, his clothes, his shoes. It would just be less of one. It would be more profound in my understanding if he was barefoot, walking around outside more often. But we know he doesn't do that. Thanks, Forrest. And Astrology for Mystic says, I wonder if Faith fears going to her dad's house. I wonder too. I wonder if, because it's not kind of one of those things where, because I told you guys, I had to learn the hard way. It's hard not to say bad things, or, it's hard to go into another room and make sure the kids aren't listening while you're, saying something bad that's going on. Not talking about bashing, but, when you're dealing with somebody like Chris, there's times where I'm sure it might slip out every now and then. Oh crap, he's calling, like, shh, and then the kids they're hip to that, right? They understand more than, sometimes we give them credit for. We underestimate, their power of eavesdropping, just putting it out there. But I think, even between sisters, there might be a point where, Nina's other daughter is fearful for her sister's life, and she's kind of, might be behind the scenes saying, hey, be careful, or, I'm worried about you, or maybe she's saying things. I mean, we just don't know what kids are talking about behind the scenes, but I do wonder that, because I can sense and hear and feel the, like the terror, the horror in her sister's words, that remembers, back then dealing with Mr. Foote, and I think she does have that fear, because we do know that she knows that Sebastian is missing, and that she's just praying and we also know that she knows he's still not been found. So I mean, it's got to be like forever for a little kid to think, well, where's my brother, step brother, we're talking about Sebastian being hit, Megan Els. I mean, those are little things that I just hope would be considered across the board. I mean, those are the major things that, in my opinion, should be the focus to the judge and explaining CPS files do not cross state lines, too many loopholes. Thank you, Trishy. Yeah, and that's what's unfortunate, you know? So it's not like anybody's working together on this or anything like that. And it's to my knowledge that after Sebastian went missing, of course, there was a relationship with Nina and Seth. And I'm not talking about, you know, come on, guys. But I'm not talking about that. But honestly, I think that that's where that line of communication opened up. And it was like Seth was trying to make sure that Nina was aware, and Nina was making sure Seth was aware to keep the kids safe, right? Mainly Faith, because she would be the one that would maybe go over and spend time with Chris and Katie after Sebastian went missing, you know? He doesn't at all, Aries. He doesn't, poor Sebastian, honey, didn't deserve anything he's been through. Not one single thing. And Holly S says, Trishy, I remember something about it took her a while to give the cops the dash cam footage. So it sounds like they might have been something tricky going on. Yeah, you never know. I mean, maybe they doctored the dash cam, or, you know, I'd love to know if it was automatic for sure. That has my gears turning in my head here, wondering if that had anything to do with it. You know, or if it was on, if it, you know, if that was part of what was given to law enforcement, because I would think they would want all of it, you know, especially if you have that dash cam, especially if it comes on automatically. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. And again, I don't believe that there was any three-way call either. That CP made the call and text to Seth, which Seth even said, and then he called LE, and while he had to call KP back to tell. Well, and that's a possibility, you know. Whenever she was doing the three-way call, she did like one of these on the table with when it was Chronicles of Olivia, and it was like either she was remembering the script that they went over, or she was trying to keep herself on track. You know, could have very well been. Yeah, Trishy says Holly S could be a trick if it's only audio. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so hard to tell in this case, because if it took them a while to get it over to LE, you know, I would think that LE would be, you know, kind of keen to that kind of stuff, but they were allowing a lot of stuff that I feel like they wouldn't have allowed with, you know, some people that they were allowing with the Proud Fee. And we talked about the unconscious bias yesterday. So there could have been, you know, a strong possibility that they were allowing for certain things. This is a grieving family. You know, Sheriff Craddock's heart went out to the Proud Fee and was like, I can't imagine what they're going through. You know, do I fault him for that? Not necessarily. You know, not necessarily. It's a very different situation, you know, depending on what you're walking into as law enforcement officers, right? They see the worst of the worst on a daily basis. You know, James, I don't believe anything from them. Yeah, Aries, it's hard to. Faith did tell her mom that Sebastian got hit by CP when she was there. Oh, MS. Hey, Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. Hey, Lizzie and Kurt, good to see you guys. Good to see you. That is so true. It is so true. And, you know, that would instill fear, right? It was asked of Chris Proudfoot during the interview that he did on another channel. And, you know, they were talking about what type of discipline does Faith get? And Chris said that she gets an open hand because she's, you know, well, first he said she does get the belt, and then he's changed it to an open hand. And, you know, she's like 5 at that time, I think. What could she have possibly done to deserve even any of that? Come on. I mean, it's to me, Chris uses discipline as an excuse for ABUSE, right? Excuse for abuse. And that's a common theme. And we talk about that a lot here. And I know that sometimes it's taboo, but, I really don't care, because I think that, the more that we allow these things to be happening in society, and the more we keep, well, I should back up. The more that we keep these things a secret and don't talk about them, and the more that we're allowing them to happen in society. And to me, that's all that does is, silence just kind of breeds that ugly monster, and lets it live. But when we stand together, unite, and use our voices, we can, really make a difference. And so I think it's very important in this case to, um, bring up the ugly facts. We're going to do that with Summer's case as well, versus Sebastian's case. There's a lot of ugly facts that, there's a lot of ugly things that were alleged. There were a lot of ugly speculations. So, some of it's not going to be very pretty at all. But I think if we don't force ourselves to look at it, then we're just allowing it to happen, and pretending like it's not happening isn't going to help anything. And Town Chat Cafe says, didn't they go shopping earlier that day, or maybe when the last time they did go shopping, she bought 2 pairs? I don't know. Just a thought to consider. Thank you, Town Chat Cafe. They did go to Costco on Saturday, allegedly. They went to BJ's, which is also a wholesale grocer, on Sunday. And it's, I've never been to a BJ's, but if it's anything like Costco or Sam's Club, it's like you can find those items, shoes, things like that, at those locations. I don't know how BJ's is, though. James Cooper says, hurry back home because they are on their way, which would match how it was said by them both, except for 3-way calling, which she practically messed up about the 3-way when CP coughed. Yeah, and I do believe that he was coughing to signal Katie in many instances. I'm not saying that it was every single time, we all cough, right? But Dashcam rules that theory out. Yes, astrology for mystics, and that's some of the details that I would like to have to rule certain things out, or to rule them back into the pool of maybe, right? Because that's kind of where we are sitting right now. All of us is in this big pool of maybe, and we don't know. It's a possibility. It's speculation, but those little things can kind of put that to bed, right? If he was on a dash cam, in the garage, we'll just put it that way, allegedly, in our opinions, then that would rule out the fact that he didn't, because people would say, well, maybe he didn't make it home from the Texas Roadhouse that night, but that would rule it out. So, it's important. Thanks, Napanoch Father. And MS says, the teacher said that Katie is obnoxious and not very nice person. Yes, MS, I did hear that too. During the parent-teacher conference, they were getting annoyed because they were blaming Seth for everything. And of course, when the teachers kind of have the understanding that's like, well, he's with you guys the most, it causes you to wonder, why are they bashing the dad? That's what I would think. And Brandy and Indy says, Holly S., yes, I remember Seth said something about 2 weeks. I thought he said there's no reason Ellie would need to keep a dash cam for 2 weeks unless it was sus, in my opinion. I mean, it might take them a while to download it, but in the same way, I'm glad to know that they were examining it, I got change. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, D White, thank you. Oh, D White got us to 100. Thank you, D White. Hey, Baba Rose, good to see you. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm glad you're able to listen while you do chores. That's awesome. Aw. All right, let's do our party, guys. Wasn't it Nina in January 2024, I think? Well, and they terrorized her during the winter break thing too. But here we go. We'll play this one. We'll play this really quick, guys. All right, here's our party. Thank you so much, guys, for all the likes. Thank you, thank you.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slap her.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do.
Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Sorry, guys. I am so behind in chat. Hey, Carla. Hey, Cece. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. I'm so behind. Hey, Scranton Strangler. Good to see you. I hope you guys love the party. Thank you so much. I forgot we were supposed to get to 200 likes tonight, but I'm glad that we got 200. And there was one night that we did get to 200, and I owed you guys a party. So there we go. Scranton. Oh, goodness sakes. So yeah, guys, just a lot to kind of unpack in that last clip. Just kind of going back to the timeline. So the timeline was that it was Mom's weekend, right? The Thursday before Sebastian went missing, he talked to his dad on the phone, allegedly, according to Seth. And then the parents, an uninterrupted weekend. So, you know, people who are divorced, you know, will they're not going to call each other every 2 seconds, right? When the kiddo is, hey, thanks Betty H for the thumbs up, I appreciate you being here. It's not going to be, like you're calling the whole time, like, what are you guys doing? You're usually a normal parenting plan, the kids, you do the drop off, the pickup, you kind of have that established, and then you don't bug the other parent whenever they're on a weekend, right? You just kind of let them do their thing, and then there's another drop off at the end, or pickup, or however it's arranged. And then the stepdad in Memphis, the weekend of Sebastian's, excuse me, stepfoot in Memphis the week of Sebastian's disappearance. It's alleged that is one scenario. Now, do I believe that? I don't know. If it was an every other weekend arrangement between Chris and between Katie and Seth, then did Chris come home the weekend before when it was Seth's weekend? It just makes me wonder, because that would have been a time when Sebastian wasn't in the home, and maybe Chris came to visit, and he and Katie had alone time or whatever, thank you, Betty. And so, it just kind of begs the question, where was Chris in all of this? Was he around? And then also, we have that poker party too. So I think that he was probably in attendance of that poker party. Now, let's see, KK days before Sunday. Okay, right. So sorry, I was reading my notes back, like, what did I write? So Katie allegedly tells, the events of what happened on Sunday. She doesn't mention Chris being home, is what JLR was kind of getting at with that, right? So Chris wasn't in the mix or in the timeline of events that Katie gave about, the Texas Roadhouse, for instance, things like that. And then we don't know if CP was home that weekend, though, and that's one thing that is kind of curious to me, still. Was he home for the poker party? Did he come home that Thursday, have Friday off, and then go back on Sunday? Did he just not join them for dinner? On the same creator's channel where he was asked about how he disciplines Faith and Sebastian, he also mentioned that when Sebastian came home, he would take Katie would take him out for dinner, but that Chris wouldn't attend. So was he home and he just didn't attend the dinner or the day's events with Sebastian and Katie? Hey, Cassie Roku, good to see you. Aw, that's so sweet. And so, did he just not attend? Did he decide to let them have a day? He might have decided to let them have a day, because that's what he told that creator when she asked. And then also, why is Chris protecting Katie? If he is protecting her, it seems like he is. And like I said, I don't know if he was there the weekend before when Sebastian was with Seth. But he also reiterates that, it was Katie's weekend and Katie was with Sebastian. Sebastian was with his mom, Katie, rather. And then he begs the question, was Chris not involved at all? And, in my opinion, it's possible that he wasn't involved at all. I mean, it's a strong possibility, right? But that just brings us back to Katie being the number one suspect, a main suspect, and that Chris and Katie could be prime suspects if they are both colluding, which I do believe they are, in my opinion. And I do agree with there being maybe a lesser of the two evils involved when we look at Chris and Katie. and their role in the situation. But of course, we do see Chris having this ride or die type of mentality. If you're going to go after somebody, go after me. If you're going to blame somebody, blame me. Saying that, you know, don't blame Katie and don't give her a hard time. Then again, you know, I believe that that's because his family is involved in this. I think there's got to be more people involved. Oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you. I don't know when this one came out because I didn't go back to JLR's channel. I just kind of grabbed his link to put it in the, um, oh yeah, Force, you can email me. Just email me on the Lady Freedoms, Raw Narratives one. Something very interesting in live today. I can't share it because there might be trolls in here, but I caught it. Okay, yeah, send it to me, Forrest, please. Thank you. I know we do have to watch out. We got to shake them bushes every now and then. Oh, goodness sakes. That was something funny that I saw on another channel the other day. She said, shake, shake, shake those bushes or something. And I was laughing. Jody, good to see you. Joni says, does dash cam keep rolling when the car is off? Is it possible that the dash cam picked up sound at all night? Well, that's a good question because we were saying that earlier because of Napanoch Father's comment about the dash cam, and I think that it would make more sense to keep the dash cam rolling, like even if the car is in park or off. Maybe so. I'm guessing maybe it would be a manual rather than an automatic thing. But I'm not as familiar. Like I've never had a dash cam on my car. I think it's a good idea. I'm not knocking it or anything, but perfectly imperfect boy mom, pervy. Hey Jude, pervy. It's a good thing when the police say you're not pervy. And perfectly imperfect boy mom says, as girl mom has mentioned, KP could have been the aggressor and called in the feet. Yes, and socks for help because it would cause problems for KP's custody case. I agree. Perfectly imperfect boy mom. I do. And when girl mom came up with her theory, and spoke on Justin's, I was like, that's brilliant because I mean, it would make a lot of sense, right? Involving them without them being involved in the initial situation. And it would explain a lot. It would make sense, so. And Carla says, I don't think Bauer Sox would get involved if Katie asked. It had to be CP, in my opinion. Well, and maybe she called Chris and they had that long little conversation and then he called his mom. But we won't find that out because, it's not like the police will let us know about the record, the phone records, which I wish they would, Carla, but that's a good point. That's a really good point. Hey, Robin. And Tony Fire says, we all know CP was in town. He will be caught in his lies soon, just like SF. This will come out. Yeah, SF. I still don't have an answer about SF. Maybe you guys know a little bit more than I do about it, but I don't know if he's still involved, if he's taken a hiatus, if he was just angry and saying like I'm done. Because sometimes, we've all been there. I'm done. But then there you are again. So I don't know. I'm curious. Oh, Mama Bear, I know it. Yes, thank you. Hey, Jude. Thanks for being here, Betty H. Mama Bear, it's so hurtful to see Katie driving with windows up to and from the school. So obviously for show, for appearances, for optics. Yeah, it's disheartening to see that. Like, I can't even believe it. And then driving just like all around, like fast to not even, well, it was said to be a decent speed, so really not a speed that you would think like, I mean, you kind of be creeping, right? Your window will be rolled down so you can like kind of stick your head out and look, and You know, not that anybody should be sticking their head out driving and looking out the window, right, the whole time, but I mean, enough, and that's why you're driving slowly. And I mean, I know it's and it really just doesn't look good. It's anything they've done, in my opinion, for optics has turned against them. However, the universe, you know, works, in my opinion, because it's like, you know, every time we see them doing something like SF putting out, you know, a still shot from the backyard, it's just it's always very strange, like that they're blocking out something on the neighbor's yard, and it just looks very suspicious. It's like everything they put out, when they try to do it for optics, it backfires, you know. And Cassie Roku says, yes, I think there is a connection to the custody case in the 5 CPS reports. I mean, I think so too. And then also, I'm just curious about the notes from the therapy sessions. When was that known? Did Nina know about that? I don't think she did, but you know, it's just a possibility. You know, it just really is. James Coover says CP would help cover it up if KP has something over him, in my opinion. But I feel plain they both worked out, and so far it has been going to their plan, except for us not going away or giving up. They did not plan for. I agree. And that's why I kind of did that little lady laughing, because, you know, CP says that in the first TV interview with Holly Thompson. He's like, you know, we didn't think it was going to get this big. And it was like, well, it did. Haha, you know. And I kind of felt good about that one, James, just because, I mean, I really don't think they were planning on it. He said they weren't, but I mean, I really don't think they were. And Scranton says, Lady Freedom, yeah, but it seems like a pretty lame excuse for him to go off like that. I'm not buying it, in my opinion. That's true, Scranton. That's true. I mean, you know, it is a lame excuse. It is. I can't disagree there. I can't. I cannot wait to see somebody hear the nine. Oh yeah. Cassie says, I cannot wait to someday hear the non-911 call. You know, those are all recorded lines. They'd have to be, even a small, like, and I won't even say maybe small, probably like a medium sheriff's department. Forrest says, in my opinion, I think SF is scared of Ellie. Very possible. Very possible. Oh, Lil Redo says the call was not recorded. Oh, well, darn. I thought I would think that they would have it recorded, because usually those lines are recorded. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. And Tony says, I still see KP did nothing to the boy, all the stepdad and Sour Socks family. You know, Tony, I could see that. I could see that. I really could, because I often wonder to myself, you know, do I think that Katie is capable of doing this, you know? And a lot of times the answer is a no. Sometimes I pull myself over to, you know, the possibility. So, yeah, yelling his name out the window. I mean, that's just how you would call for anybody, right? Like, even people were comparing it to, like, if their pet went missing, like, you would just be calling their name, right? I don't know. I can't understand it, Cassie. Yeah, so many mysteries we want solved. Perfectly said, Hey Jude. I mean, and Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, SF is just another situation. We have to theorize until the truth comes out. Yeah, for all we know, he found out something circumstantial that CP and KP are guilty. Just a theory. I wouldn't put it past him, you know, and he doesn't want his reputation ruined over it. And I mean, it's not like he has the best reputation, you know, but I mean, even if your reputation is ruined, you can try to do better, you know, and you know, put things out there, and once you know better, you can do better, right? And I think people give people second chances. I do think that. But then again, it's like, here's another chance for another case, and here's another time when, you know, it's just gone really off the rails. And maybe he does good at like the SAR work, because I know he was in SAR, and I'm a big believer too, guys. I think everybody has something to bring to the table. I don't mean to bash him so bad, but I also don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth. I really don't. But then again, I would commend him for coming forward with information. If he did find something like that out, I would, give credit where credit's due and be like, well, thank God, I'm glad he did that, or, what have you. Mama Bear says Cassie Roku Yepper's custody court was but a week away, and DCF still did not close that January 24 case, right? Yeah, Mama Bear, like all the others, it's a major motive to shut Sebastian up permanently, in my opinion. And, I do believe that it is a motive myself. I do. Whether it's the main one or part of, like a series of events. I remember Heather PI talking about, and not that I believe everything, that was said or even trust what was going on there, because I still have my, and I've brought this up before, I still have my reservations thinking about kind of how everything transpired, especially with SF Investigates coming onto the scene later on. I mean, I just... For a lack of a better way to say it, I just think that I just think that there's a strong possibility that there was a domino effect that happened, because Heather had mentioned that, and it might have just been, one domino pushed over, it just, makes every one of them fall over. And so I'm just, that's one thing that I keep in the back of my mind about the series of events that may have caused them to want to permanently, have Sebastian not a part of the family, or, however, or Sebastian meeting foul play. Yeah, did KP agree with them? See, and that's Scranton, that's a good point. Yeah, so it's my understanding that Katie was taking some coaxing to get Sebastian to go to his dad's full time. It was like Chris was talking to Seth, to my knowledge, about this, and them, telling Katie, hey, this is for the best, is my understanding. So that's a great point, Scranton. Thank you. And James says, and how I pray every day and night that Sebastian has more than just Seth and us wanting him home, that he has the ones that really matter to bring him justice, which is LE. Yeah, absolutely. And I honestly, I think that there were things that were mishandled in the beginning. I think we are on a good track right now. That is my opinion. But I don't think it's right or fair or just for us to disregard all of the neglect and abuse that's going on here. And I know that makes people very angry. It does me at law enforcement. I feel like, why do we have to wait for something horrible to happen for them to act on it? And the same goes for, why can't we take the horrible acts that we know have happened and use them as leverage? I am not law enforcement. I'm not a professional, investigator or anything like that. But just from what has been admitted by the by Stepfoot, I think it's grounds. I think whatever was in the CPS reports is grounds. I think whatever was in the counseling notes, it should be heavily considered. And so I do feel that frustration all the time. And I do want law enforcement to be on Sebastian's side more maybe even more than they are, but I really think that they're doing the best that they can. I just think that sometimes it won't be good enough for me, so I do try to consider that, because I know that's how a lot of people feel, because we do pray every day and night for Sebastian, pray for his dad Seth. I pray for Katie. I do. I mean, you you have to. I pray that she tells the truth, because she's the only one that holds that answer, because she was the one that was home that night. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean it in a superficial way, like, oh, I'm going to pray for you. Like, not like that, not to bless your heart, none of that crap. I'm being genuine when I say that I always pray for clarity for Katie, and just to do the right thing, because I really honestly, and we're going to talk about Peter Hyatt's interview, but he said, when he said Katie holds the key, I thought, light bulb moment, not that I didn't already think of that, but it was just like a big light bulb moment for me. And I thought, she does hold the key. That's very well said. Very straightforward, to the point, right? I could be long-winded about things sometimes, and he was just boom, right on it. So hey, Robini, good to see you, Robini. James, he does have more. He has God. Oh, Forrest, exactly. And that's the hardest part, and that's what faith. That's where the faith comes in, right? And not our little faith that we've been talking about tonight, but where faith in the Lord, faith in God, it comes in to play, because we can't see it. You know what I mean? But we could feel it, and we know that. God is on the side of good. And that was one thing that, in hindsight short, when Seth was talking about that, he was talking about, he was talking about the devil is around us, right? Evil is around us always, but God is always there as well, right? And it's just about keeping faith. And he's kept that message, very strongly throughout what's happened. And, I think that's why he's been so strong and steadfast. I really do. I believe that. Thank you, Forrest. And Sammy says, oh, honey, that's the whole reason he didn't call 911, so it wouldn't be recorded. Well, I mean, I still believe that they have him on a recorded line on the sheriff's office. I would think. I could be wrong, but, I also think that, even at that level, because, it's if they don't, I'll just say this, if they don't have recording equipment to record the calls that come into the sheriff's office, then they need to, like, step up their technology, because it's not that expensive. And I mean, hell, I don't know that I can believe that without any proof, Sammy. I really don't think I can. Just that very low level technology, if they don't have that, now are they going to release it to us? No. But Scranton says, I saw the Google Earth picture. I agree. Did you also see the Thursday or Friday before? There was sus activity around the house that was caught on Google Earth pics. Oh, I didn't see the Google Earth pics, Scranton. Huh. Maybe on X. I bet you it was probably on X, and see, I don't go on X as much. And James Cooper says, we won't go away. We are here to stay. We want Sebastian found and brought home, and will not stop searching from now to kingdom come. Aw, thanks, James. And I agree with that. We have to keep it up. There's people in this case, unfortunately, that want to see it go cold. There's people that don't want Sebastian to be found. And then there's people that, like what you just said, we won't go away. We're here to stay. So thank you. Because it's important, That's right. Sebastian's Army, Rob Beanie. Thank you. And Lil Redo says, remember, the sheriff's office does not open until 8 a.m. He called a personal line of a friend on the cell phone. That's why he didn't call 911. So you think he called the personal, like what happened in Crystal's case was that Tony, her husband, called for a well check to be done by another deputy on his cell phone. But I've never heard that the sheriffs, or excuse me, not the sheriffs, that Chris and Katie called someone's cell phone directly. He said that he called the central dispatch because they, that whole story. I'm not even going to get into it. But he texts Seth 911, but he doesn't call 911. Whenever he was telling Nina that Sebastian was missing, he texted her 911. He's so full of ish. He's full of ish, I tell you. Mama Bear says, I think Katie believed it was necessary evil to get rid of her own son. I do believe she and Chris could have been facing felony child ABUSC charge, of which penalty is automatic prison time, in my opinion. Very possible. Even forgetting the fact that, he could have told a family court. I mean, with everything, I will just say that is a very possible scenario, Mama Bear, because of what Seth said, that if we knew or read or saw what was in the reports, that we wouldn't be able to sleep at night. And that's always, that haunts me. When he said that, it just has still haunted me. It's a small department, but I can guarantee all calls are recorded. They were recorded 5 years ago when I had to call, so I don't see them regressing. Right. It's just a very minimal technology. Like, if it was expensive, I can see them not, using tax dollars for it, or whatever the allotment is for, new equipment, things like that. But I agree perfectly and perfect. And if I saw proof or whatever, now if he calls it somebody's cell phone, I don't know. I mean, that, like I said, that's a Tony Jones move, calling people's cell phones. And Chris McDonough says he thinks the call was recorded. I think it was recorded. I agree. I like Chris McDonough. I'm teasing. Hey, Jude. Thank you for that. Because, yeah, I think it was. It would surprise me if it wasn't. But, I mean, Carla says, Forrest, you're correct. And Dog put out the Google pics. Oh, okay. With truck at his mom's. CP's truck at his mom's. I heard about that one, Carla. So Dog, I'm going to go look on Dogs. I still really love what Dog said, his statement, what Nick the Hat said. I should have grabbed that in for us to read it. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. What Nick said was really powerful, in my opinion. And Sammy says allegedly would not be recorded and would not be tracked location-wise, may have been to Hendersonville police friend, rumor has it. Oh, if that's the case. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't put it past the shadiness, in this case has been, it's like super shady, right? Scranton says, I saw this months ago, but there was someone in the white pants and dark sweatshirt out around the back of the house and near the common area. Also a strange car parked where the 3 a.m. car was parked. Okay. Thanks, Scranton. Kathy, Mama Flying Monkey Socks, has a Facebook friend who's a dispatcher for Henderson PD. Oh, okay. See, I was hearing about possibly one of his sisters working for the sheriff's department. Do you guys remember that? Mama Bear says, just to be crystal clear, automatic prison time for felony child ABUSC charges is not my opinion. It's written Tennessee law. Mama Bear, that was funny. Not the content, but just or not the context, excuse me, but how you said it. Don't you guys just hate? I mean, it's like That's one thing on YouTube that drives me absolutely bananas. Can I just rant about it for a second? Is that, I've done it before. We can't say, certain words on here, but good Lord, or we have to say allegedly, in my opinion, and all of this nonsense. And it's like, come on, um, you know, but yeah, it's written written Tennessee law. Facts allegedly, in my opinion. Disclaimer, disclaimer. I don't remember whose channel I saw it on. I watched so many, they start to run together. Scranton. Don't forget me, Scranton. Don't let me get lost in the mix. Lil Redo says he called his friend at the sheriff's office on a cell phone. Oh Lord, Lil Red. It just keeps getting better and better, guys. It just keeps getting better and better. CB Canada, who is the Facebook friend. Good to see you, CB. Scranton Strangler says, where did you see that? Robinia was really hit with the allergy. Oh, I know. Hey Jude, achoo. Bless you, hey Jude, bless you. And Tony Fire says, no, SF wants, then he must return the money, in my opinion. Well, I mean, I'm thinking they had a contract. We were talking about that, or some sort of an agreement, right? You know, something in writing. I don't know that he can just back out for anything or at any time, or maybe there's certain stipulations that he was, maybe they were in breach of contract. Maybe, there's so many possibilities, really. So James Cooper says yes means no and no means yes when it comes to CP, that he has brought us that proof and made it crystal clear. Well, and if his lips are moving, he's lying. And if he says, let me make this clear for you, or crystal clear, let me help you out with something, we all know that that's never going to happen. It'll never be crystal clear, and he'll never be able to help us out with nothing. So Lizzie, it's so good to see you. But it gives him reason to run. Yeah, it does. Well, and I think they're worried. I mean, lawyering up and yeah, it's a lady on there. Okay, thanks, hey Jude. Thank you. Well, and there's another curious Facebook friend, but I won't mention him tonight. And Cassie Roku says, funny how when Chris was on Smiley's, he pretended that he had to take a break to talk to his daughter. Yes, that was to let everyone know he still had contact with her, and to make us think he looked like a good dad. Yes, and he was actually talking to another YouTube creator. It was not his daughter. I mean, he does that stuff. And then he gets mad at us when we don't believe him. And it's very frustrating, It's like, you get mad at us because we don't believe you, but you told us nothing but lies. Like, come on, Chris. And Lil Redo says there can be many situations all going on at the same time. They could not afford to pay for a home to place Sebastian in, so they could not afford to place him somewhere without anyone knowing. I agree with that, Lil Redo, especially with as long as it's been. And then I also think that, whoever, say that was the truth, whoever decided to help out with that situation, I believe that they would have come forward at some point. They would have to have a lot of skin in the game to be housing Sebastian still, in my opinion. So I agree with what you're saying financially, and then also just logically, I don't know that that's what's happening, unless it was a situation where, they sold, I hate saying stuff like this, but allegedly it could have been, a situation of trafficking, right? But even so, or where they sold Sebastian off to somebody, which I hope that's not the case. But you just never know. Mama Bear says Bower Sock's lawyer made her Facebook private just recently. I wonder why not. Yeah. So yeah, and I can see that happening. They have to tie up all of the loose ends, right? They can't leave any of them out. Not even one little fray for us to pull, because, it could unveil a lot more than, they're wanting for us to see. Carla says, wow, Scranton Strangler, I never seen that before. I've always thought that maybe CP was in the area that weekend in a truck that is similar to his, but maybe a different year model. Okay, Scranton. That's why he didn't want to be pinned down to what year his truck was. That's a very good point on Nancy Grace. Yes, ma'am. I remember that. Because all of us were sitting there going, come on, Chris, how do you know what your vehicle is? Come on, buddy, it's your truck, you know? Any men that we know that have a nice truck or, you know, even a truck. I've known guys that have had real crappy trucks, but they were real proud of them. So, hey, DJ, good to see you. James says, just say it removed from the home, because CP did say that was what Sebastian was trying to do by telling on him for hitting him with a belt. So in my opinion, they turned the tables on Sebastian, and one of the reasons that CP said he will never be found for sure of it. That's what, yeah, in my opinion. I mean, that's why, in my opinion, it makes sense, James. It does. It does. That makes a lot of sense. DJ says, but then I have to wonder if that was true from Chris saying Katie was on the fence of letting Sebastian go to Seth's, since they admitted they had wanted to place him in the facility. That's very true, because I don't think, did Seth ever say, I'd have to go back and look, but did Seth ever say that he had conversations on the side with Chris? I know that there was a bigger line of communication between Chris and Seth, to my knowledge, but then again, I also heard the contrary. And then also JLR mentions in this clip, these clips that I'm showing from his live, that basically, well, allegedly, in JLR's opinion, I should preface it that way, you know, saying that there was more of a line of communication, that they were all on board with Sebastian going to Seth's, you know, that was the plan, right? That after the school year ended, Sebastian was going to live with his father, you know, and I believe that as well. I just don't, you're right though, that, I mean, they were all kind of talking in the emails about putting him in the facility. James Coover says, oh, sorry, James, that was the rest of your comment that I, you know, read earlier. Hey, Jude says, Grand Strangler, I've never known any man who didn't know the year of his truck. Me neither, hey, Jude. And I mean, there's been some ones that were like old, and, you know, and they're like, that's my truck. It's this year and this make model, you know, all that. DJ says, right, hey, Jude, that had my eyes rolling so far to the back of my head. I know, DJ, how about it? It's like, what in the world? Hey, Blessed. Hey, Blessed. Oh, Blessed, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom membership. I found the little spot where I can find them if I miss them. Thank you so much. And definitely say thank you to Blessed for being so generous, and welcome in whoever got that. Hey, Don B, good to see you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm real behind in the chat. We need to hear it. Hey, Calm Kitty 2. After hearing the audio over and over, sadly, I don't think S is still with us. Oh, I can't decipher that audio. I really can't. Don B says Chris was dispatched and recorded. Okay. His call was to dispatch. I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear that call. Chris McDonough said all cop lines are recorded. See, that's what I was thinking, Calm Kitty 2. I was thinking that too. And if they don't have a recording system, I'd be just so surprised. It would, you know, we all need to hear that call. Town and Cafe said he had to call directly because otherwise it would have called 911 in the area he was in instead of Hendersonville. Yeah, he said he called them direct, like Googled the sheriff's department, right? Because you can Google the sheriff's department, like say it's a non-emergency call. Your kid missing is an emergency though, but yeah, dispatch is open 24/7. Thanks, Don B. Thank you. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. You had a long day. Aw, I'm glad you're here. Sammy says if you call the sheriff's office that early in the morning, they say we're not open at this time. It's really curious. Do they even talk to obviously I'm just pontificating. I have no inside. Yeah, I know. I understand. I understand. And that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of what we have to do here because it's very cloudy. It's weird. It's a very odd situation. And then to hear that he allegedly may have, rumor has it, called, you know, a friend on a cell phone, like that's even, I mean, that goes deeper then, my suspicions run deeper. DJ says the central dispatch combines all LE in Sumner County, so I guess that Hendersonville PD were closest to arrive prior to Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Thank you, DJ. That makes sense to me. Sebastian did not deserve this Holly S. Not at all. Hey Kaika, good to see you. No, Don B says, no, Robini, no, should have looked into it myself, but the suit had weird stairs on it. Oh, were you out searching, Don B? And Mama Bear says, Tennessee family law forbids placing a child in a home where there's accusations of child ABUSC in that home. They see all cases and consider even closed ones as evidence of ABUSC. P's been fighting that. Well, I mean, they got to protect the kids. They can't just like allow it to be happening. You know what I mean? And then also I remember back when Tony was saying that Katie was getting in trouble through CPS because she was allowing Sebastian, like because she was staying in the relationship, putting Sebastian at risk. CPS was upset with her. And I understand that. I do. That it sounded like there was DV in the house and that, CPS wasn't having it. And they're like, listen, you can't be having him around it. Then you're in the wrong too. Which, they're thinking about Sebastian's best interest. Well, they should have been, so I know that sounds harsh because it is for me too, because I am protective of victims of DV. I might even be overprotective, right? But then again, when it comes to the kids, those are the most important people in the mix, right? Because they're little people and they're relying on the adults to do the right thing, right? So, I mean, I can't, as much as I feel for Katie, if that was the case, I also feel like 10 times, worse for Sebastian and just wanted him not to have to ever deal with that because it's horrible. It is. I've called 911 in Sumner County. They're liars, just saying. Hey, Jude, thank you. I know, it makes me want, that's horrible. Makes me want to call 911, figure it out. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I would never do that. But I mean, it's just so curious. It's so curious. CB says, in my opinion, KP didn't want the worst outcome. I believe they wanted him to go elsewhere, but things didn't work out the way they planned, and hence we are all where we are now. Yeah, I could see that. CB Canada. I can see that. Like I said, I think of it often. Was she directly involved? Was it? I mean, there's so many scenarios that could kind of fit, and then some of them kind of come to a dead end, and Kelly says that's exactly why he had CPs, excuse me, that is exactly why he had 5 CPS reports, because his counselor was reporting what Sebastian was telling her. I can see that, Kelly. I could see that. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, that person is a mandated reporter, and so if something that comes out in the session, is alarming or, fits the criteria to call, then they have to. So that's a really great point. I know, Trishy. Alias. We're gonna get our Tonys crossed. Alias is Tony Jones, Tony Fire's older brother. Oh my goodness. That's funny. No, there's no relation to our lovely Tony Fire. That's hilarious. Um, Brandy off topic. Brandy and Indy says off topic, but I have a new theory. Uh-oh, off topic for what? Is it something different? Is it Summer? On Summer's case? And James says, so would that mean when they said the call came in at 6:33 that they had to leave a message and wait for them to return the call? Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good point. Yeah. And 6:33, I mean, think about it. If Katie said she was looking around the house for 3 minutes and then she left, a half hour later they call. I mean, it doesn't look good for the feet. I'm just saying, it does not look good for the feet. Debutante says, possible with all the marks in the photos for sure, and judge would throw the book at them. ABUSing a kiddo with, special needs, in my opinion. I just think it should be harsher. I don't think that you should be able to ever put hands on a kid who has special needs. I just don't, it's just not right. You know what I mean? And I forgot what I was watching, but it was having to do with, children who have, sensory issues, like people who are on the spectrum, even negative stimulation sometimes is something that they will seek out, right? And so I just don't think that with a greater understanding of how people on the spectrum kind of operate, right? Just, of course, nobody is the same. But just knowing that there's nothing positive that can come out of it, I just feel like they should really be more strict on people who have children with special needs, right? Because they experience things differently, they think of things differently, and I don't think it's fair to subject them to that. I just don't. You know what I mean? And we all have, we all have the emotion of anger, right? But you just can't let it get to that point. It's not right. It is, Mama Bear. It's terrible. It is emotionally exhausting for those of us who care. Can you imagine the pain Seth is going through, man? Oh man. No. Even though I know that a lot of us, especially, like if you're an empath and stuff, you can feel it. But it's still not the same as what he's having to endure. I mean, it's a shame. Tony Fire says, I'm listening, so I won't give my 2 cents in the chat. Going to the mountains with bike. Ooh, enjoy yourself, Tony. That sounds great. Enjoy the stream. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Tony. Well, you're a great part of our community, and I'm glad to have you, and I hope you have a wonderful bike ride. I bet you it's just beautiful to ride a bike where you're from. And Sammy says, and the neighbor, Ellie. Yes, that was the he who shall not be named tonight, at least. I've named him before. Well, he goes by CC. Not to be confused with our CC that's in the chat. John B says, Ravini, when I was first up there and the dogs brought up remains, we all freaked out, but it was an animal. Oh, jeez, Louise, Don. Oh my, see, and this is why I am not cut out for this, right? And I try to preach to everybody, look, we all have our strengths, we all have our weaknesses, we all have our little wheelhouse that we can come from. Chloe Jade was talking about that last night on panel, right? She's like, there's always things that people can bring to the table. Hey Jude said, just because you're, not actively like searching because you're not a local or that you haven't gone and actually physically searched, we can all do our part. And I feel like that's how I feel, Don, because I don't know that I could be out there and I just that would work my nerves. I just would rather talk and research and spread awareness in this way, because I just don't think, oh gosh, that I mean, I bet you just thinking about it makes me crazy. So, oh my gosh, I'm just so thankful for people like you, Don, who will do that. You know, we have Silvers on the scene, Silvers too. We have all kinds of people, guys. I can't even list everybody off. Um, Dead men tell no tales. Mama Bear, that's funny. The secrets in the sauce. Tony Fire, Tony Fire, thanks for being here. Hey Jude. Um, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says Hendersonville, Sumner County is small. They definitely are friends or acquaintances with someone in the sheriff's department. Middle Tennessee is small. I bet if I search, I know someone in the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. That's funny. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Well, and it's like whenever you live in kind of a smaller area, you just get to know people in your community, and it's usually a good thing. It's usually a good thing, unless you invite Chris Proudfoot to a barbecue. Then, then you're like, well, we're not having him back. He doesn't act right. He acts a fool. And Scranton says my kids are very beat of my heart, in the air in my lungs. Oh, Scranton. I could never imagine the thought of even hurting their feelings, much less all physical pain. I know, shaking my head, she says. And nobody's a perfect parent, but just I honestly I could never like be with somebody who even said anything bad about, my daughter because um I feel like that's a red flag. You know what I mean? I just think that, and don't get me wrong, it's not the easiest dynamic to have a blended family. It just isn't, right? There's sets of challenges no matter what type of a family that we have. But I don't know. That would be, and I probably would have kicked Chris to the curb when he asked me to get rid of my cats. That sounds terrible, I know. Aw, thank you, Scranton. Hey, Jude knows. And all of us parents know that though. We all feel that way. Oh, Napanoch Father says, just to let everybody know, I haven't watched it yet. I just watched a great video called Sebastian Rogers Trash Truck Construction, Better Information on the Lights video. Oh, okay. It's called, sorry guys, I should have made sure my table wasn't going to be wobbly tonight. It's like a certain sweet spot that it goes wobbly on me and I forget about it when I'm setting up. Okay, so Sebastian, sorry, I'm going to write down Sebastian Rogers Trash Truck Construction. Thank you so much, Napanoch Father. I'm going to check that out too. Reconstruction, gotcha. Well, I was thinking construction, the construction, because I had taken and I made a thumbnail of, well, this was a long time ago. But it was of the construction site, why can't I think of dumpsters, right? Because they were the big blue ones that were right in that construction area just east of the Proudfoots, like adjacent to them. Oh, was it Pincho Paxton? Okay, Pincho. Okay, cool. I like Pincho. I thought his recreation was, really badass. I didn't agree with the outcome that he came up with, but hey, that was pretty amazing. I really appreciated his hard work and, yeah, very cool. Thank you, Napanoch Father, for that. Thank you. And Mama Bear says it's so upsetting that Sebastian hasn't been found. It makes my eyes twitch sometimes. Oh man. That's funny that you say that because I had an eye twitch going on last summer. And I was wondering about it. Like, is this from the case? Loose lips sink ships, calm kitty too. I have said that about the feet. The Foot Clan, if you will. The Foot Clan. Okay, Holly S. I'll have to go check him out. Oh, thanks. Hey, Jude. Yeah, check out Pincho, guys. He's cool. I like that guy. I really do. I really do. Oh, thanks, Forrest. Nope, because KP and CP needed Sebastian quiet, and Sebastian still could talk. Well, yeah, at Seth's he could talk, right? He could definitely bring, you know, bring up issues. You know, what's so sad though, Debutante, when I think about it in another way too, you definitely reminded me. So thank you. You know, it was just one of those things where I think Sebastian wanted to get it off his chest. He wanted to tell. But I don't think he wanted anybody to be in trouble. And I think he also knew, and I am the parent that in that position, you know, during my, you know, in the divorce phase and things like that, that if I found out that something was going on, I would have been the parent that my daughter would come to, but she would also worry about, you know, me taking action towards it, right? And that was kind of how Seth was with Sebastian. It was like Sebastian was telling him these things, but he was also worried about, you know, what would happen because Seth would do something about it, right? So he always knew that he could tell Seth things, but he always knew that Seth was going to be proactive about doing something, and sometimes that can be a very hard dynamic for a child because they don't want their other parent in trouble, right? They're not doing it to be malicious. It's not like Chris Broadfoot saying, well, you know, Sebastian just wanted me out of my own house. No, he didn't. He wanted the abuse to stop. He wanted you to stop being an asshole to him. Plain and simple. You know, and that's allegedly in my opinion, but honestly, that's all he wanted, was for you to stop being a jerk. And especially probably stop being a jerk to his mom from what we hear, you know, like I said, going back to what Tony brought up, you know, just takes some introspection that he just lacks, in my opinion. Ann Reynolds says, I'm going to go now. I have to talk to you later, Lady Freedom. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Love you too. Thank you so much for being here, Ann. I hope your back feels better, honey. Get some rest and, you know, maybe alternate hot, heat, and cold. I don't know if you guys like that icy hot stuff. I had to use that for my shoulder, and boy, oh, it's like, it's uncomfortable, comfortable. I don't know, but I know it helps sometimes. And Brandy and Indy says, so Pink shirt at Texas Roadhouse, did she spit out a pack of rugs instead of gum? You know, I don't know what she spit something. She left her DNA at that scene for sure, in my opinion, from the video. And Don B says, excuse me, Seth saying Katie could have overdosed Sebastian made my jaw drop. Yes. Same here, Don. I was like, what the heck is going on, right? Like, I still haven't ruled out that possibility. I'm glad that you brought that up because that was, you know, kind of, you know, my top three, you know, premeditated, a snap, or even possibly an accident too, you know, something like that. It was jaw dropping, and it was very surprising because at that point, Seth really never gave a theory. He was just kind of like, I don't know, there's something off. I think they had something, but maybe, and he was trying really hard not to, you know, bash the other parents involved and things like that. It was a bombshell. Most definitely. Most definitely. The whole point was to stop Sebastian's voice, in my opinion. Yeah, and you know, he knew how to advocate for himself, Mama Bear, and that's the saddest thing too, to silence a young man like that, and he was just trying to tell the truth. Holly S., it concerns me how they seem to normalize our SOs. If he is with someone, I'm hoping it's not a sketchy person like that. Yeah, that was another big shocker to me when Seth revealed that that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back in he and Katie's relationship, that she was very, it sounded to me, from my understanding, livid about him calling and doing the well check when she left Sebastian with her mother, who is an R registered SO, tier 3, not to be around children. I mean, but again, it amazes me when people will do something crappy and then they'll get mad at you for doing something about it, right? And they'll blame you for it. Like, that's how I feel that she did Seth. Like, no, sorry, that was not Seth's. And thank God that Seth made, hey, Maleficent, good to see you, honey. Thank God that Seth made the right call and did the right thing, by Sebastian. Who cares if Katie's mad at you? She can get over it, in my opinion. And Dolly, hey, Dolly says, any info on that latest possible sighting seen on the news clip? Nothing to my knowledge. I really don't think that it was anything. I really don't. An uncanny resemblance, right? I would even go so far as to say like Sebastian's twin, but like younger, because that was that's the big reason I think it's not Sebastian. Because again, I think of the Texas Roadhouse picture, and then he would look a year older. I just keep thinking of that contrast. But thanks, Dolly, for asking about that, because I know it was very close. No news. Thanks. Hey, Jude. Yeah. Thank you, Bless. Thank you so much. I just do. I feel that, I do. I even feel that for Katie. I do, because I hated hearing that for her. I did. I don't want anybody to have to deal with the DV. It's very, very, I mean, look at our friend Crystal, she's no longer with us. It's that serious. And, and accidents happen in that way too. Snaps happen in that way. They didn't know their own strength. Reminds me of poor little Harmony Montgomery. Oh, I really hurt her this time. Well, what'd you think was going to happen, Adam? You keep hurting that little girl and you're a grown ass man. No. So thank you, Blessed, because I'm like ready to go to bat. Yeah, Don, James always has really good thoughts. He's a good researcher. No barbecue for you, Chrissy C. Taylor. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. Good to see you. Good night, Don. Thank you for being here as always. Thank you so much. All right, guys, let's watch this next clip really quick. And I'm sorry I'm so behind in the chat. Detroit says, I believe Sebastian was getting more vocal and he was tired of being bullied by CP. He was getting in the way of Faith's custody case, in my opinion. I mean, that's why I thought it was so important to bring this up to Detroit, because JLR had some really good points. And then also just knowing that there was this emergency custody. I mean, holy cow. Like, to me, I had no idea that was going on, and it just popped up. 5D had this clip, and I'm like, okay, I love watching 5D. I'm like, oh my gosh, no way, right? Just no way. It just breaks my heart. All right, guys, let's just watch this next clip. It's very short. It's only 4 minutes.
Sebastian was slated to move in with Seth full-time following the conclusion of the school year. So the bio dad is saying in a couple months, when the school year ends, Sebastian would have went into Seth Rogers' home like full custody. So could that be a motive right there for Katie to do something? You're not going to take my boy away. There is camera footage of Sebastian and his mother at dinner Sunday evening. That would be interesting to see. Well, where's this camera footage coming from? People need to ask follow-up questions. Who got this camera footage? Is it camera footage within the house? Because if there's camera footage in the house of the mother and Sebastian, was it in the house? Did they have dinner somewhere else? At the part of going out to get ice cream? There's camera footage of Sebastian and the mother, Katie, Sunday night. So that does narrow the window down, if true. If there's footage, there's actually footage, whether it's at a restaurant, inside their house, but if it's inside their house, you think the footage would have everything that transpired through the night. So I'm thinking with that, it would be somewhere out. Dairy Queen, Sonic. If that's true, it at least puts Sebastian alive in the evening time on Sunday. So now you got that window. Now you got that 12-hour window. Sunday evening into 6 o'clock. When Katie says she went to go wake him up, thought he was out getting breakfast. She looks around, can't find him. Calls up Christopher, who's 3.5 hours away. And it looks like, according to Seth Rogers, Christopher's the one that called the bio dad to say. Christopher's the one that called the bio dad to say, where's Sebastian? Or Sebastian's gone. The consensus is, because there's some people out there, I've seen comments, that say, look at the bio dad. I don't think the bio dad is involved in any way, shape, or form. He was at the vigil. He's out there searching. He's out there now talking. He's out there bringing awareness. He's a sheriff. He works at the sheriff's office. Looks like he has a solid alibi when he was working. 70 miles away. You got a working alibi, sheriffs and all them. They're all their equipment. They're all being monitored all the time. Brings it back to Katie. And there's no evidence, really. They said something about a scent. But I don't know how true that is, and I don't know how accurate that is. A scent going to a construction around the house, or near the house of where Sebastian went missing. But, you know, that's kind of what people are saying, not law enforcement are saying.
Okay, guys, so that was just my comments at the end. You know, I'm just praying that, you know, Faith doesn't have to go back to that house, not until Sebastian's found. You know, I just don't think it's the best idea. And I understand why Anita would, you know, file for emergency custody. I think that she's doing the best she can to keep to keep Faith safe, knowing that Sebastian has not been found. You know, so it's important. So JLR goes over that, you know, Seth was supposed to have full custody of Sebastian after the school year ended, full time. So Sebastian living with Seth full time, and him basically having custody, you know, full custody of Sebastian. And then he goes into, you know, maybe this is a motive for Katie to protect Sebastian. When I did some research on mothers who unalive their children, there was, and I did a comparison with Timothy Pitson's mom, Amy Pitson. Hey, Psychic Amelia, good to see you. So I think that a lot of it in that case had to do with if I can't have him, Timothy, no one can have him, meaning his father. There was a lot of tension between Mr. Pitson because Mrs. Pitson allegedly had mental health issues. She was taking medications and they were making her kind of erratic and different things, and he was worried about Timothy's safety. Well, Mrs. Pitson takes Timothy out of school one day, unbeknownst to his father, and takes him, on these, well, across state lines, but takes him on the best day ever, right? And then they go to all of, well, to a lot of different, like indoor water parks, and just having, kind of a fun couple of days, right? And so his father was thinking, oh, he's with his mother, no big deal, but he was still, worried, but not much that he could do about it. Well, they still haven't found Timothy Pitson. And so was the motive to protect her son, or if I can't have him, no one will, thinking that she's the mom, she knows best, and she's protecting her young, right? Hey, Sharon, good to see you, hon. And he also talks about people needing to ask follow-up questions, which made me laugh because I said that too in a previous live. I don't remember which one it is, but I'm like, we really need some follow-ups here, and so that made me laugh. But the footage in question, it's to my knowledge that Seth was sent footage from Katie at dinner, or a picture or something to that effect. And I think that's what they're referring to, but I'm not 100% on that. And then JLR says that there's people that ask him to look at the bio dad. And I also have people that ask me to do the same thing. And I understand that. And it's not that I haven't. I watched a lot. I watched Seth on Pascal in the very beginning. I watched Seth a lot. And I followed the case that way in the beginning. But like JLR states, he's doing vigils. He's searching. He's still talking to this day. He's bringing awareness for Sebastian. He was working at the Davidson County Jail the night that Sebastian went missing, and that was 70 miles away, according to JLR. I didn't, do any research on that, but that sounds about right to me, right? So, yeah, and I agree with that in my opinion. He was being monitored, because when you work in a position like that, you are being monitored, right? They have cameras all over the jail to make sure the inmates are behaving themselves. If there is a situation that arises between the COs and the inmates, then it's all caught on camera, right? So it's a CYA, right, for the corrections officers, but it's also to keep the inmates safe, and if that way, if there's like a corrupt CO, right, or they're doing something to the inmate, and they can go back and look at the footage, the higher ups can, just things like that, just kind of my speculations, examples to give. So as JLR says, it all goes back to KK, right? This, just like Peter Hyatt says, she holds the key, right? And I mean, that's allegedly, in my opinion. Law enforcement has not come out with that, and that's what kind of JLR closes with, because he's being true, in my opinion. And then also he brings up the dog scent that was alleged to he brings up the scent that the dogs had alleged to go to the construction site, the new phase east of the Proudfoots, that was being built. So, hey, Misty Blue. Misty Blue says, that's why I believe it was planned, because Sebastian disappeared on the anniversary day of KP and Seth's divorce. Thank you for, reiterating that, because that's something that we haven't talked about in a little while here. I mean, that's something else to consider. It's definitely strange. I remember when that first came out, and it was like, wow, that's very odd, right? That is too coincidental for us true crimers here, it really is. And I Am Two Bear. Hey, I Am Two Bear says that one freaks me out also, Misty Blue. And it is. It's cause for pause, guys. It really is. Mama Bear says, some said, past tense, Seth paid an inmate to get rid of Sebastian. I say, don't give Seth any ideas on what to do about the Proudfoots. That's funny, Mama Bear. Well, and, here's the deal. I mean, I agree with what JLR said. I really do. And those are my reasons too. And I think that's what a lot of all of our reasons are. Seth's been straightforward. Again, has there been, to be fair, I'm sure there's been some slight contradictions, but in the same way, we all don't say everything perfectly every time. I mean, there's, times when I've had to go back and watch a live to make sure, things were going okay in chat, or just to look something up and make sure I said it correctly or something like that. And I'm like, oh gosh, hopefully, but there's things where I'm like, oh, you should have said it like this. You know what I mean? And I'm like critiquing myself at that point, right? I should make a video and put my own emojis in it. That'd be terrible. Talk about torture. But it's like, there's just times where I'll be like yelling at the TV screen at myself, like, why didn't you say it like this? But so I know that's going to happen. And I've even given, a fair amount of grace to Chris and Katie's statements when they've kind of made maybe a faux pas or something like that, or we might joke around about Chris saying he's not pervy and different things like that, because we're not always going to say it the right way, and we're going to mispronounce words and things like that. So I get it, but it's just kind of different. And also, we get the runaround when we ask Chris and Katie a question, in my opinion. When we ask Seth a question, he usually gives us a pretty straightforward answer that makes sense. And so that's the big difference, in my opinion, and I kind of see Scranton. I mean, well said. Misty Blue KP must harbor some really deep-seated hatred for Seth, scary hatred. Like, here's my thing, Scranton, is even when I was going through the QB interview, to kind of look for the Summer Wells comments, Katie says it. She says it under her breath. It's very low, but she says, I wouldn't wish this on anyone, not even Seth. I mean, deep-seated is right. Harboring is right. I mean, you wouldn't wish it on Seth, but Seth's living it. You know what I mean? And he's the one showing up. Again, I have to go back to the man in the arena speech. If you're sitting in the cheap seats, then you don't get to say anything about the man that's out there doing it. You're sitting back watching him do it, and you're criticizing him. Katie, girl, you're not doing it right. And you don't get to say anything unless you're out there showing up, putting out the flyers, doing the most too, doing vigils. You guys can do vigils on your own. You don't have to invite Seth, but instead they try to weasel their way into Seth's and be like, oh, they're not allowing us to come. Well, of course they're not. They don't want trouble at the vigil. You guys already caused enough trouble at one of the vigils on purpose and had your little friends doing it, in my opinion, allegedly. I Am Two Bear says, perhaps Chris was afraid of what Seth would do when he found out all Sebastian knew. Yeah, well, and even I will say that Seth's mom had mentioned that Sebastian had confided in her about some things, and that he said that he didn't want his dad to get in trouble if his dad was to handle the situation, or if his dad was to be proactive. And of course, this is my explaining what Sebastian is saying, not from his words, because I don't know that he would use the word proactive, but I'm going to use it here just to kind of explain it. But I feel like he was the way that he was thinking was like, I don't want my dad to react or act, but I want it to stop. But I know that if I tell my dad, then he's going to do something about it. And that's the message that we want our children to know about us, in my opinion, because I've been there too. Like, if there's something that's going on in the other household, then you need to tell me about it. You might not always agree with how I handle it, or maybe you don't want me to handle it because you're afraid, you don't want to get other people in trouble. Maybe you've been threatened. I mean, there's a lot of things that go along with that, but always letting your children know. And I believe that Seth did a very good job on that, of letting Sebastian know, hey, look, if anything happens, like, let me know and I will stand up for you. I will help you. But then in a child's mind, right, even a teenager's mind, there's still all this other, there's still all these other things to consider. Like, I don't want to get my mom in trouble. And, I know that it's, maybe Sebastian's thinking something like, I know it's not my mom's fault Mr. Chris is like this, but, she's letting him do this to me. Why doesn't she stick up for me? He could be thinking like that. It's just, it's sad. And CB says, I don't think the anniversary has anything to do with that. Court was a week away, and Sebastian had to disappear that weekend. Weekdays should be risky. Oh, excuse me. Weekdays would be risky. Also, the next weekend would be 2 days away, too sus. That's a good point, CB. That's a really good point. Thank you for that. Yeah, I can see that. And Pamela Roberts says, hey, Pamela, says, does anyone know what CP meant by saying if he had $1 million, he would get Sebastian home? Yeah, I remember when he said that. He said, like, if I had a whole bunch of money, then he would already be found by now or something. My opinion on that is that he was complaining a lot about the GoFundMe, like, oh, I got to get off the phone now and go to work because I don't have a GoFundMe paying my bills and supporting me and da da da. So I think it was probably a ploy to get money, because I think he was jealous that people were supporting Seth monetarily to find his son. It's just my opinion, but you guys might have a different take. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, even if it's irrelevant to finding Sebastian, Seth always remains transparent. He'll answer. Yes, I agree with that. Thank you. Yeah, he'll answer and say, what does that have to do with finding Sebastian? Yeah, example, Laura Lodge, if you haven't seen that interview, he does. He'll be like, I don't know if this has anything to do with finding Sebastian or not, but here's my answer. And I respect that. I respect the crap out of that, because, that's letting us know that he respects us, and he would like us, he would like to tell us what we want to know about it, even though he doesn't find it to be relevant, which sometimes I have to agree with him. It's not. It's just basically us being nosy a little bit, which we're all nosy, but sometimes it's a good thing, because if we see something, we can say something. And Mama Bear says, Chris told Seth if people knew what Sebastian did, yes, exactly, they wouldn't look for him. Chris is a twisted soul. C. Bauer Sox told Sebastian's paternal grandma, Robin, Sebastian is a pedo. Oh, CB, another twisted soul. I mean, Mama Bear, that made me so angry. And I don't mean to keep going back to the Queen Bee interview, but I will say, in that interview, at the end of the interview, Chris brings up the song by Chuck Berry about playing with one's private parts. And I think that he was showing him and exposing him to that filth, so that way Sebastian would think it was okay to repeat it. And then Chris could get him in trouble for it. I mean, I saw a direct correlation with that, I mean, and I will keep bringing that up, because I think it's relevant, and exactly what you just said, and there's been plenty of people out there. There's even been people that I've had to block in my comments that have said things like that to me. Like when I made the video about it was Sebastian being bullied by, the flying monkey socks. Yeah, people were like, well, Sebastian's the one who's a blah, blah, blah. And I just, I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. But your friend Chris is up on Queen Bee saying that he's exposing him to these dirty songs about playing with and showing off your private parts. That's awesome. Come on, I'm not buying that. I can't. It's ridiculous. And Misty Blue says, Scranton Strangler, yes, I believe we're dealing with dangerous, toxic people. I could not agree more, Misty Blue. It's Summerwell's 2.0, because they have the money. You heard that too, Scranton. I mean, ugh. Sharon says Sebastian told his grandma something, told her not to tell his dad. Yeah, he swore her to secrecy. He swore her to secrecy, meaning he wanted to tell and confide in someone he trusted, but he didn't want other people to know, his dad knowing, because he didn't want his dad to get in trouble for something that he decided to do to stick up for Sebastian. my opinion. Kids don't want to cause a rift between their parents. You know what I mean? Even when their parents are divorced, they don't like that. Now, will kids play parents off of each other? Heck yeah, they will. Will they do it when you're married? Yeah. Go ask your mother. Okay, mom said yes, and okay, and that's how they get through. They find loopholes. So, but no, I think this was something. Yeah, that always just gets me. The swore her to secrecy gets me every single time. Man. I'm sorry, that just gets me every freaking time. Forrest says perhaps there was a threat made towards his dad or Seth. Well, and that's another thing, that's what I worry about, because he was protecting people. Sebastian was protecting people is what he was doing. He wanted to confide, but he wanted it to stop. It's a classic ABUSE response, right? It's just, thanks, Forrest. I think you're right. And they said that Chris Proudfoot said that Sebastian thinks or thought his dad hung the moon, right? So, Sebastian's such a caring person. He could have thought, like, what if my dad comes over here and guys, this is alleged in my opinion. I'm just putting myself into Sebastian's shoes, right? Which is hard for me to do as a 40-something-year-old woman to a 15-year-old boy, right? So don't get me wrong, but like, I'm thinking that it could be something where, like, what happens if my dad comes over here and beats up Mr. Chris? You know what I mean? Like, he might be catastrophizing things as well in his mind. We all do that from time to time, especially when we're in a stressful situation. We start thinking, well, oh my gosh, what if this happens? And see, that's where our anxiety kicks in, and we're worried. We're, our heart starts beating. We're like, oh my gosh, our mind's racing. We're thinking of all these scenarios. And he could have been thinking like that, like, oh my gosh, what if my dad finds out and comes over and beats up Mr. Chris, and then he's going to be in trouble, and then my dad's going to go to jail, and, and he's not wrong to think that way. What if it was something that would set his dad off? Not saying that it would be right or wrong, really. I hate to say it, but that's a terrible thing for a 15-year-old boy to have to worry about. But he just wanted it to stop. But he also wanted to tell someone that he trusted. Sebastian did the right thing. He didn't try, he did. He did tell. He didn't try to tell, he did. Just, it's too bad. Scranton says, Lady Freedom, Justin also said that the teachers at the school said KP is not a mild-mannered person. She is pretending to be. They said she was obnoxious, and I can see that in there. Well, and even in the Texas Roadhouse video, she seemed very obnoxious. Like, and maybe it was just me and my perception of her, but she was like eating her mashed potato. This is going to be terrible. They're going to clip this for sure and hate on it. But like, she was like eating her mashed potatoes, and she was like, sorry, but that was what I saw, especially, and again, hindsight, when she took the color off the video, it was black and white, and it was just focused on Katie. And she was just, and this, that, and had her spoon of mashed potatoes, and it's like, what is she saying to him? Because she seems like obnoxious, what could she possibly have been getting onto him about when he's being polite, friendly to the wait staff? He asked to play with the point of sale, because I think there's games and stuff on there. And she said no. You know what I mean? Like, he's a polite, well-mannered kid. What are you getting onto him about, Katie? Especially if you guys had this great mother-son day, No, she was getting on to him and with her mashed potatoes. So, I mean, that was my perception. And, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I just don't. Yeah. Yeah, multiple Mama Bear, I think it was. I think it was like a domino effect, or maybe just like, blowing up a balloon until it pops. Motives, and in my opinion, the more airs, the more motives, kind of a thing. CPS, the abuse in the home, the things that were coming out, the things that Sebastian was telling people. The up and coming major change of him living with his dad. I mean, there was a lot. I really do feel like it could have been multiple things as well. Born a Honey says that statement always bothered me. And there's a lot of them in there that just kind of give you the, chills, and I don't know. I just feel so bad that he wasn't able to, that he had that much fear and, having to protect other people when he was the one that needed protecting, and that's no way a dig on Seth, because I think that I think just that right there proves that if Seth knew about it, he was going to do something about it. And Sebastian knew that, right? He knew, my dad's going to handle this. He's going to handle it. Misty Blue says, CB Canada, yes, in my opinion, CP is a true psychopath, and he has pushed this to happen. I believe that. I think he's a malignant narcissist, and I'm not a trained psychiatrist, psychologist, any of those things. I enjoy psychology. I like to read about it. Married to a narcissist that had antisocial personality disorder. So double personality disorders. And I just think like the similarities are spot on. But also that comes with that charming, charismatic, love bombing, hoovering, the whole nine. And Detroit Rock City says that weird watch guy who looks like the yellow jacket guy, that looks like the same guy at the search, that looks like the guy in court. Detroit, did you just go into my brain and pick that out? Oh my goodness. It's so creepy and weird in my opinion. That was just like a play-by-play that goes in my brain every day, like making the connection. That weird guy who looks like the yellow jacket guy, that looks like the same guy at the search, that looks like the guy in court. I still haven't found the guy in court. Whoever, I know you guys, maybe it was you, Detroit, that was asking me for that. I'm sorry. I still have not found Court Man. Oh my goodness. But I'm sure he looks like, this yellow person. Made me queasy. Holly S. Oh, that Chuck Berry song, Forest. Oh my gosh, if you go to my video that says, or if you go to Queen Bee's, because full credit to Queen Bee, right? If you go all the way to the end of her video, watch the last like 20 minutes of it, you'll catch it. But then I also did, if you just only want to hear Chris and Katie's version, excuse me, I keep saying virgin for version. But if you want to see that version, I cut out a lot of the commentary from the panel, and it was just them. So, definitely check it out. I mean, honestly, I turned that one into law enforcement. So, let me know what you think, and it was the last time Katie has spoke video, I think is the title. But either way, you can also go to Queen Bee's, the end of her live with Katie and Chris. Yeah, and I will link both videos in the description. Yeah, that bothered me a lot. And, and that was around the time that law enforcement was like, we don't want anything from the internet. So if you guys are sending us that stuff, we're not going to really look at it. And I was like, oh my God, please look at this. Like, this is important. Like, this is crazy. They're saying that Sebastian isn't allowed to be around his stepsister, but yet this is what Chris is teaching him. And we know Sebastian has a history, right, of being victimized, right, in a SEX crime, in my opinion. So it's just, I know CB Canada says, I know that Seth's mom was trying to keep Sebastian's secrets, and I understand, but when it comes to safety, in my opinion, would speak up. Teachers and others must. You know, CB, I agree with you 100,000%. You know, um, I just also can't fault. I don't know. I mean, he confided in her. You know, she didn't want to break his trust. It just makes me so sad, guys. That just breaks my heart in a million pieces. It just does. Forrest says you'll know them by the fruits of their produce. Exactly, Forrest. Exactly. You know, they're reaping what they're sowing, and you know, and they haven't sowed you know, anything good, in my opinion. So what they're reaping isn't going to be good either. And Stacy, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry, guys. I just lost my train of thought completely now because I feel so bad. You know, I agree, CB. I do. Because again, it just kind of goes back to what, like, if we just allow it, we don't talk about it, it's not going to help anything. Nothing's going to get better. If it's kept in the dark, if it's kept secret, if it's kept silent. I just can't imagine what Grandma Robin had to have felt like, though, you know, and how she still feels. So I that's why I have a tender spot there for her. Because it's not always easy to tell when somebody tells you that, and especially when they trust you and you don't want to lose their trust. Oh, it's a fine line. Mama Bear says Chris went on a panel and intimidated Carl, a criminally insane character in a movie, or intimidated. Poor Carl. Yeah, imitated Carl, a criminally insane character in a movie, Sling Blade, let out of an asylum that unalived his mother and her lover, that unalived his little friend's stepdad with a sling blade. Yes. And you know what's so similar, Mama Bear, is that it's so strange for Chris to do something like that when the whole plot of the story is that Sling Blade is going to take out this massive, abusive butthole just like Chris. What are the odds? You know, I mean, what is he thinking? Like, I think we could probably do a whole case study on Chris and his obsession with Sling Blade and what he did on Cluminati. Just my opinion. It is so sick, twisted, weird. You know, talking about Sling Blade, poor Carl, sleeping out in the garage. And then we hear from the neighbors, allegedly, that they had a mattress in the garage and made Sebastian sleep out there on occasion. Once is too many times, allegedly, in their opinion. Unbelievable, Mama Bear. And Sharon says, wonder if Nina knew of any other places Chris used to go. I don't know. I'm sure Nina is a wealth of knowledge about Mr. Foot. I bet you she is, you know. I am too Bear indeed, Mama Bear. What panel was that, Mama Bear? That was on Cluminati. And I did a critique on it as well. I think that's the one where I yelled at Chris. I think that's the one where I yelled at Chris and said that, because that one, like, I was livid when I heard that. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I definitely made the connection with Carl, who, you know, is, like you said, Billy Bob Thornton was portraying a man who had special needs, right? You know, whether he was on the spectrum, whether he, you know, maybe he just had a speech impediment. He didn't seem like he was, there was anything, you know, wrong with him besides he had immense trauma himself, right? So he's not only making fun of somebody who had special needs, but, you know, allegedly maybe, but also who had deep trauma and who had taken, you know, who had taken somebody's life for being an abuser. And so, but yeah, I told Chris, I was like, you need to knock it off making fun of Sebastian like that, because I saw it exactly for what it was at first. You know, but like I said, there's just so much more to it. In my opinion, it's so twisted, so twisted. Thanks, I am too bear. Thanks, Mama Bear. Piggy, Kaika. Okay, I don't listen to them. Thank you, Forrest. Oh gosh, honey, you let me tell you. I don't either. And I was like, oh, Chris Proudfoot was on this channel, Cluminati. Okay, I go over there and watch it. Next thing I know, I'm upset with Cluminati. I'm upset with Chris. I'm upset with Cletus. I'm upset with everybody on, you know, it's a lot. Just brace yourself. It's long. And well, the reason why I was upset with Clue was because, and Cletus, is because they kind of knew that Chris was going to do this. It was all planned out, right? But they're pretending like it wasn't all the way up until the end, when they were like, oh, remember when Chris was up here doing all kinds of different impressions when we were on the phone the other night, and and you know. And so I was like, ugh. And she's like, she was swearing on God that like she didn't know it was Chris, but she did. And it was just, it was poorly done. I mean, I don't know. You'll have to go watch it. It was beyond distasteful and inappropriate, but that's Clue and Cletus. Like, that's kind of like what they do. And I understand, like, I didn't know that back then when I was first watching it, that they're kind of like, you know, shock jock, outrageous trauma. You know, I didn't realize that. I was like, who allows for this? Like, I was mad as hell. And I think that was the one where I told Chris to knock it off. And then he's not allowed on my panel or something. I had a rant in the video. Either way. Debutante says, I came across a few bullies in my years growing up, and her mannerisms while eating was giving me total mean girl bully vibes, in my opinion. Yeah, Debutante, like, you know, with her fork, and like she's just eating her mashed potatoes. This is so terrible. Like I said, people are like, look at this petty, you know, Lady Freedom's being petty. But like, I really did like see that, where she's eating her mashed potatoes, and mean girl vibes. Is, yes, that's exactly right. Thank you. Because I'm like, did I get the wrong perception? But Detroit Rock City says emotions with the fork, like she was all in the huff about something. Yeah, all in the huff about something. Absolutely. And just like the way, like some of her movements were like, even when she didn't have the fork, she was like explaining, and then she was doing this, like, you're gonna do it, right? Like, you know, as if she was telling him, you know, something in a huffy way, you know. Have you ever seen so much drama with a fork? Shaking my head. Sammy, that was a good one. That was a good one. The Force says the fork was so telling. I agree, you know. Yes. And that's the thing. I mean, it's just like, yeah, she is definitely in a mood for sure, that fork. Oh my goodness. Mama Bear says at night cleared up and says Yellow Jacket dude was a worker there. He literally went to employees only door. He probably hoses something down, like garbage cans, or wears raincoat and protection too. Well, see, Mama Bear, that's what's crazy. Hey, Wolf Eyes 8, good to see you. That's the only bad. See, I don't know. I think that Yellow Jacket. See, and I remember them coming out with that, but I think it was before we saw Sebastian on Yellow Jacket's phone, and then I was just completely. I mean, and I'm still convinced that he's got something to do with it. Like, if he was paid to aid in the 3 a.m. video, something with that guy. I'm like a dog with a bone in that guy. You're welcome, Forrest. You're welcome. The Kaika says my ex of 17 years was exact same 100%. You know, and you just kind of know that type, right? When you see them, you don't know in the beginning because they were just, you know, but you realize. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, Kaika, because that, you know, they even have a lot of channels out there, specifically on narcissistic abuse. And um, some really great channels would be Deborah Zung. She's a narcissist negotiator. She's a family law attorney, right? So she's dealt with a lot of them, and she talks about combating them. Also, Dr. Ramani is another. I mean, she is brilliant. Dr. Ramani is brilliant. And then we have a self-aware narcissist whose name is Lee Hammond, and he's very good. He tells us like it is, you know, because people will in the aftermath of dealing with a narcissistic relationship, it leaves you feeling very confused and like not trusting anybody, even yourself. And so he talks about it like very bluntly and is like, no, we know exactly what we're doing. And I love him for that, because he's helped me so much to understand like what the narcissist is thinking, you know, because it's a tough pill to swallow, knowing that the person that you loved for however long that you loved them, 17 years is a long time. So I know I was with my ex for 11 years. And so, and I got together with him very young and have a daughter with him. But it's just one of those things where, gosh, it could really take a lot from you mentally. And you know, you have to get back to the person that you used to be before that. But he'll tell you, you know, like, we know exactly what we're doing. We're very methodical in what we're doing. We know it's not like we're, um, you know, it's not like it's something that they can't help. They realize what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. So that helped me tremendously. Um, and Detroit Rock City says her body language is very telling in her interviews in Texas Roadhouse. Something is going on, and she can't hide the truth as hard as she tries, in my opinion. I think it's going to come out. I really do. And I hate saying that because I keep saying it, but I just feel like, you know, it's like a ball rolling, you know, down the hill. It's just gaining more momentum and more momentum. So I'm hoping it will. Oh, I didn't know that, Sharon. SF deleted which one? His favorite, the ex? Wow. Mama Bear says, when I do that, I forget to say choo choo, come back, little train. I'm quiet tonight. My mind gets filled with anger, and these children are missing and no arrests made. It overwhelming at times. Butter Biscuit, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for last night, too. All of you guys, Rogue did such a great job. All of you guys were doing such a great job of teaching me. I had all my notes, and I was listening to you guys, Chloe Jade. I know it's hard. It's frustrating. I'm glad you're here, though, and I really appreciate your insight. So thank you. And I know, you know, I know it's hard. I know it's hard. His sentence was 20 years in insane asylum, and got released. Oh my goodness, Mama Bear. Sammy says, I wonder if he was looking up things that happened to him on computers, and that's why they're so funny about electronics. It would not be normal for a 15-year-old to be Googling certain things generally. Right. I agree with that, Sammy. And then for them to like hide that he had access, or like, oh, we don't give him free access, but we do use it as like a positive reinforcement. Katie said one time. Which one, Sharon? I'm sorry. I'm probably behind in chat. Things like corn is normal for a teen that age, but if it was abuse or something like that. Yeah, I mean, and you know, see, and that's another reason why I got upset with Chris for even like bringing that song up to him. Like, I feel like he was too young, especially with everything that happened to him. I just didn't like it. I know, Forrest, and that's the thing. I mean, and they all acted like it was no big deal, you know. And I'm not trying to bash the people that were on panel. I think there was one guy that was like, well, the reason, because Clue was like, I was mad at my mom for not, you know, telling me the truth about that song now, and you know, they were kind of making light of it, which I understand. It's kind of an uncomfortable position to be in when Chris does that. Like, I don't know why he even brought it up. But one of the panelists was like, well, yeah, Clue, the reason why your mom didn't tell you the truth about it is because you were a kid and she didn't want to corrupt your brain. But then, like, Hello? But it's okay to do that to Sebastian. And then turn around and say he was doing inappropriate things. Well, come on. Sammy says family therapists may have been encouraging him to stand up for himself or report certain things. Very true. Because when you go through therapy, I agree with this 100%, Sammy. Thank you for your comment. I believe that when you go through therapy, it empowers you. You know, you feel empowered. That's the point, right? That way you're getting, you know, you're helping yourself mentally, but you're also feeling empowered. Because when you're dealing with things like abuse and you know, as I was saying before, it steals who you are a little bit. It takes your confidence, right? It lowers your self-esteem. It, you know, it makes you feel like crap about yourself. And so, you know, when you start going to therapy and you start understanding and recognizing things aren't your fault, but there are certain things that you can do, because, you know, that was one thing, even in DV therapy, I was like, you know, the one lady was like, it's not your fault, you know, and I'm like, it is though, because I was a party to it too, you know, so I battled with that with myself, like internally, like, you know, it was my fault and I stayed too long and I felt stupid and, you know, but it's just one of those things that they do empower you tremendously when you go and you empower yourself really because you start you know, understanding that you are worth it, you do have value. The person who's telling you that is a liar. um they're lying. You're wonderful, they're the asshole. You know, you start realizing that, you know what I mean, because their actions are assholish. You know, Mama Bear says he did Kermit. Another, yeah, he did Kermit. Yeah, he did all these impressions. He did another time, and then same thing. Clue and Cletus did say the same thing. Who the fug makes jest like that when there's a son nowhere to be found? Answer: someone who's glad they did. Well, and I mean, he was doing oh good lord, he did Miss Piggy, or he did no, he did Kermit. Hold on, I'm trying to think. He did several. Um, Jim Carrey. He did Jim Carrey. He did like Daffy Duck. He did several. And then he did the old man that was talking like this. You know, he did that guy too at first. I mean, he was all over the place. Very odd behavior, you know, like weird. Perfect queen, perfect boy mom. In my opinion, she's wannabe Karen. Forrest. It appears she is eating more now as much weight as she has gained with the fork. I'm telling you, and you know, and that's the thing, not going outside or doing anything. I think that's another thing. And, you know, allegedly, in my opinion, I'm not saying she is or isn't really. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not pervy. But no, I'm not privy to that information. But drinking, you know, I mean, because like beer, alcohol just in general has a lot of sugar in it, you know. And so yeah. Oh, it is, Forrest. It is it's a disgrace to Sebastian and honestly to Katie. Like, I'd be mad as hell, but she was right there with him when he was doing that. They thought it was funny. She was laughing at it later on Queen Bee's panel and being like, haha, pineapple. Oh, Lord almighty. Holly says Clue wore a shirt with a skull on it. It's a picture of a skull to go search is so tasteless. You know, it's just the bad choice of like sometimes I wonder though, you know, if that's kind of like their brain telling on them too, in a way, you know what I mean? Because there's no doubt in my mind, as close as Chris and Katie have gotten to Clue and Cletus, that they don't know some of their secrets. And honestly, I can just point back to Elevated Truth, and when he started coming on and kind of talking about this, everybody ganged up and was like, you know, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, so Holly S, I believe so. I believe it's tasteless and it's like they're telling on themselves, you know? I believe that. Tony Fire says, I get angry if they say Sebastian has autism as if they want to justify a reason why things turned out the way they did. Mental and physical abuse gave the boy stress, PTSD, in my opinion, bad home environment. I mean, and I honestly agree with you 100%, Tony. Thank you. And also, I believe that if Sebastian had the type of attention that he required, he would have been excelling in everything he did. Extremely smart, extremely high functioning. You know, I agree with what you're saying. It's like the spectrum is really relative at that point because he was enduring so much and he was enduring it so well, in my opinion. Some adults could not handle the level of stress that this child was under. Very well said. Thank you. Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, I can see Yellow Jacket Guy being connected with the underground connection that helps people with new IDs to start new lives. That's my gut feeling about his weirdness about him. You know, Town Chat Cafe, I honestly have thought about that very, very hard because, like I said previously, you know, like the trafficking thing or Sebastian being hidden someplace is, and I even said, I think it was, yes, it was even earlier in this live. Oh my goodness, guys, hello. But you know, I it's very low on my list, but I can't ever say no definitively that it's not that. But I mean, it makes me wonder. It really does, you know, because why the heck did that weirdo have his picture? It was weird, or, you know, video or whatever. Weird. It's so weird. Sharon said, every time you pulled into the driveway before going to the garage, Sebastian got out to go to the front door. Why this night use the garage, KP? I mean, Sharon, she admitted that herself, that the main door that Sebastian used to get in and out of the house was the front door. You know, CP said to Web Sleuths, the only reasonable explanation is that Sebastian walked out the front door. Even though on Smiley, he said that, you know, there was a Ring camera right across the street that would have picked Sebastian up if he would have walked out the door, you know? Just so many conflicting, you know, and it would just make sense for them to drive into the, you know, and then go in the garage door, you know, into the house from the garage. Thanks, Sharon. And Tony Fire says, in my opinion, Sebastian was more adult than little boy CP for sure. And I think he was jealous. You know, and I had said that in one of my videos a long time ago. I was like, you know, I think that CP is jealous of Sebastian. I think he's jealous of the relationship with Katie and Sebastian. I think he's jealous because Sebastian was smarter than him. I think he was jealous because obviously we can see up here, Sebastian's much more handsome than him. You know, we can see these things, right? He was sweeter. People loved him more. He was more likable. I mean, those are all things that are going to get to a narcissist's ego. And it's going to rock their ego because they'll be super jealous and vindictive, you know. It's weird, I know, but I believe it. So thanks, Tony. I do believe that. Yeah. And just more adult, you know, could handle himself better. And Lady Dog Lover, aka Jean, says, hi again, sorting in UK, so missed a couple of hours. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're here, lady. Thank you for coming back in. And thank you for being here all the way from the UK. That's amazing. And Sharon says, did you miss the SF drama recently, Lady Frida? Yes. I think I did, Sharon. Okay, now, so what I could gather from the J is for Justice Live was that UA Crimson was on there causing trouble behind the scenes, and J is for Justice called her out on it, was like, hey, what are you doing? And then she was like blocking people in her chat, and you know, she's like, did you call SF, or was talking to him behind the scenes, basically. I'm paraphrasing and I might be getting it a little bit off. But then, you know, they were upset for, SF was apparently upset, and UA was stirring the pot behind the scenes, you know, troublemaking about Jay letting Julie up on her panel, big freaking deal, you know? That's the drama that I know about, but what is there anything else that I'm missing, you know? Oh, Debbie Chan says, I survived my mom's abusive narcissist and then married my ex young and had 3 children and finally broke free. Oh, I'm so glad, Debbie Chan. I'm so glad. Finally broke free, and my husband now is better, but still has tendencies they don't show till mask falls off. And see, and that is a perfect way of explaining it. Because that's what happens, right? The mask is on. They're very charming. They're very, you know, and then they get you kind of where they want you. You know, and there's different levels of narcissism too. You know, there is a malignant narcissist, which is probably arguably the worst. But then you also have covert narcissism, where it's a little bit trickier. You know, always the bruised ego, fragile, bruised egos of these. You know, and I again, it was very sad to me. Obviously, this is my daughter's father. It was very sad to me because it's like they won't get help unless, you know, they got to want it, right? It's kind of like an addict or something like that. So it's very sad because when you look at the origins of why somebody would develop narcissistic personality disorder, it comes from deep trauma, and it's a defense mechanism. They're actually the most defensive people, arguably the most hurt people, even though I don't agree with putting I think all trauma is, you know, equal, right? Some of it's going to be a little bit worse, of course, than others. You know, maybe you stayed longer in a circumstance, or, you know, someone took your, you know, like Crystal's case, you know, that's the worst thing that can happen. But I'm so glad, Debbie Tom, but that's so right though. The mask falls off and it's like, oh good Lord, you know, here we are. Lady dog. Oh, thank you, Mama Bear. Lord, let Sebastian be found. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I feel so weird when you guys are so sweet to me, and then I don't want to read the whole comment because you know, you're gonna make me all blushy and everything. Love you too, Mama Bear. She says, Lord, let Sebastian be found, and or who did this be found out without a doubt in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Bear. Good night, honey. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate your insight. You guys all have such great insight, and I really appreciate it. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yes, Sharon, what happened with Julie, and he's done with it. You know, give her a voice. Let her get up there and talk. I mean, if it's Jay's panel, I mean, if she's gonna let her talk, let her talk. I mean, you know, her and B Tim were being, you know, they were letting her talk. They were conversating. There was nothing wrong with what happened until you have people freaking behind the scenes, and I keep telling you guys it's all behind the scenes, and it's driving me bananas. But because I don't want to, like, you know, call people out and stuff, but it's like, trust me when I say there's, you know, and it's not creators, it's like the mods and stuff that are doing things, and you know, people like UA. I think she's a TikToker though, so I mean, if she's a creator, I don't mean disrespect, but in the same way, it's just all these people causing trouble, and then they like to sit back and act like that, oh, I don't know what's going on. SF is mad. And then Jay's like, did you talk to him? And she's like, yeah. She's like, well, yeah, I mean, but I don't know. And it's like, yeah, you did. And haha, you got caught. And then, you know, then she's blocking people in Jay's chat. And it's like, I know how that feels. You know, so I have to just sit back and be like, yep, okay, I tried to warn people. They don't want to listen to me. Keep messing with the same people you're messing with. Because it's really funny. None of you guys have been blocked wrongfully since there's been people that have been removed from mods and management. Okay, so it's just process of elimination. Detroit Rock City said, is the Sling Blade movie a true story? I've never seen it, only clips. It is. It's not a true story to my knowledge. I think it was I want to say it was a play, And I think it was just like one of those like breakthrough roles for Billy Bob Thornton. He's a good actor. He really is. He really, really is. And the story, it's a beautiful story, in my opinion. Detroit Rock City. What kind of got me mad was like it's just such a beautiful story about um, how you can find friends in unlikely places, and that sometimes the people that will go to bat for you are friends, and maybe not your family members. Because we had this little boy who, his mom wasn't going to bat for him, but this guy Sling Blade comes around and he befriends him, and he's like, then he goes to bat for him, and how God might put people in our lives. And if we were to judge a book by its cover, then, this little boy, if he would have been like, well, that guy's weird or something like that, but he was actually the one that saved him. So, it's a very good, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend the movie. You'd like it, I think. I still haven't watched the 2020. I got to get my Hulu count right. I'm so bad. I go from Netflix to Hulu to Netflix. I'm like, I'm not paying for both at once. I'm like so cheap. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. And so then, but I got Netflix to watch Gabby Petito. But I need to reinstate my Netflix. Plus, they put it up to like $13.99, and I was paying $7.99. I'm like, what is that mess? And then so I get mad at them. I'm like, I'm not renewing my subscription this month. But I just thought that was crazy, because I only watch it on my phone too. Like, I don't like stream it to my TV or anything usually. I mean, it's been a long time since I've done that. Butter Biscuit says, Lady, I've been going over interviews about Summer and Rose today. You have? I will email clips to you and a short timeline with Rose's death. Okay, Don's mom's death. Thank you. I thought it was so weird when he was like, yeah, my mom, I took care of her, and then all of a sudden I end up with her house. Like, I was like, I forgot about that part, I'm going over it too. Thank you. Thank you so much, Butter Biscuit. You guys did amazing helping me last night. Hey, Mountain Mama, good to see you. Mama Bear says, Town Chat Cafe. I think that's a huge stretch of the imagination, but you never know, maybe. Yeah, and see, we almost have to use our imaginations. Good night. I mean, what else can we use in this? I mean, especially when we go down a rabbit hole. That's the hardest part for me, is the reining myself in from the rabbit hole. I'm like, come back, don't get too far down there. I won't be able to grab you. Mama says, in my opinion, I think CP has done way more inappropriate things than Sebastian would ever think to do. Amen for that. I mean, seriously. Seriously. Every time I've ever, there were times when obviously Sebastian was too little to know he was on camera, or he was being taped at a recital, stuff like that. But even at the playground when he was playing tag, with the other kids, just the way that he handled himself, polite, friendly, caring, nothing like we see Chris handling himself. You know what I mean? So I agree 100%, Mountain Mama. Therapy and understanding is so important. And debutante, that's the main thing that helps with autism, because there's not a cure for it. There's no medicines for it. It's all therapies, and it does help. And then also when you go through trauma, it's my opinion, and I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not a medical professional, guys, so I'm not knocking medications at all. But that was what helped me more than the medications, was understanding and working on different coping skills that could help me out. You know what I mean? As opposed to, medications, and there is no cure for like PTSD and stuff like that. So, but the therapies help tremendously. And then also, empowering myself to like, be more aware of my surroundings and not look at that as like a negative effect of the PTSD, but just knowing that I can be proactive in my own safety was very helpful to me. Night, Mama Bear. And Chango Superstar, hi Chango, says October 2023, I had a Summer Wells sighting. 2 old people in an RV with 7-year-old blonde had a plastic tub labeled Wells 216. Man's mother's maiden name is Moon. Man left little girl alone. Police. Oh, really, Chingo? Oh, man. Thank you for letting me know that. Wow, that's interesting. And that was in October of 23. There, to my knowledge, guys, there is a lot going on behind the scenes in Summer's case. So it's, although I know it is arguably a cold case, I think that they're really working on it. I really do. I believe that. Wells 216. A 7-year-old blonde. 2 old people. And she would have been 7 in 2023. Or would she have been 8? Super weird, Sharon. Super weird. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, every time I hear him calling in somewhere, I picture him sitting in a recliner drinking a beer. I may be wrong, but I hear someone crack open a can in Smiley's interview. Yes, they were cracking cans open in Queen Bee's too, and Katie was like, thank you. Which, you know, I mean, they're adults, but I found it to be very odd. I'm just going to change this over really quick, guys, to this picture. Or the thumbnail, rather, that I put up tonight. Just so I can, there we go. Oh yeah, Tony, we love our Detroit Rock City. Oh, all right, let's get to 200 Detroit. Yay, that's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to go back up to, okay. There we go. Okay, Sharon says, wonder if it was notes of Summerwell's Chingo. Well, and it could have been. That's so weird. Tony Fire says, or it causes you to rather grow old on your own, and once you are alone a few years, it's not easy letting someone in again. I agree with that 100%, Tony, and thank you for saying that, because I think that it's like, you know, you definitely weigh the risks, especially when you've been hurt so badly, and it does. It causes you to kind of not want to you know, be vulnerable to that again. And it isn't easy to trust and let someone in again, because, you know, why would you want to? And it's a definite, you know, defense mechanism. Honestly, I believe that. Adam Forever 21 says schizo tendencies, or I call schizo tendencies. Possibly. I don't know who in their right minds would call into shows like that. And, you know, I mean, because that's just like crazy behavior, and then expect us to be like thinking that's normal. So you could be right, Adam Forever 21, because it's weird. Forrest says, I don't think it's funny, neither does God. I mean, like I said, I think I have a pretty good sense of humor about stuff. I think I can find like humor in most situations, or try to, or you know, but it wasn't funny in my opinion. It was a disgrace. It was sad. It was like people lying and joking, and it was very weird. Detroit Rock City says DV victims always have self-doubt and blame themselves, because the narcissist is a master manipulator that turns everything around and creates the narrative that something is wrong with you, in my opinion. Absolutely, Detroit Rock City. They will do that. And you know, no matter what that you do, you know, in my experience, like to better yourself, because like a lot of times, you know, people will advise you to, you know, well, just focus on yourself, and you know, you could do that, and you can try everything, but if it's only a one-sided attempt to fixing, oneself, and you're in a relationship when both people should be working to do that, it's horrible. And like you said, being a master manipulator, they're very good at that. And that comes with like them being charming and things like that. That helps out a lot. Um, and it does cause a lot of self-doubt and blame. Um, because, well, and also if you love the person, their opinion of you matters, and so it really lowers your self-esteem a lot because of that, in my opinion. But I think you're absolutely right, Detroit. Thank you. And Sharon says, so much hate and drama with missing child. Never seen anything like this before. It's really unusual. Yeah, and that's why I thought the Summer Wells case would be a good comparison, because I mean, that's the closest I've seen it. And then people who were around back when all the internet stuff was happening in Summer Wells's case, has really opened my eyes to, like, how much crap was going on, honestly. Wolf Eyes 8 says, you think it's possible the Proudfoots took inspiration from the Summer Wells case? I do, Wolf Eyes, I do. I think they, took notes from the Don and Candace playbook. I do. And it's just too eerie. Their first interviews, I made a video about it and I showed it last night. But it's just too eerie, the similarities between even some of the statements in the first interview that Chris and Katie did, and then the first interview on TV that the Wellses did. And then also Chris bringing up Summer Wells's case 2 times in the Queen Bee interview, when no one on panel was talking about her. And it just makes me wonder if he studied, other true crime cases, because he has mentioned other ones other than Summer's case. But it makes me wonder, Wolf Eyes. It does. And Sharon says, at the start, didn't Candace make a live to talk to the Proudfoots? I thought maybe she was reaching out to them, and see, there was Sharon, somebody left a comment, and I would really like to see if there was proof of, Katie in the chats, but the person said that there was, that they did see Katie in Candace's chats, or something to do with Summer's disappearance. Katie was in the chat, but I didn't see any like proof of it, so I'm not sure. Detroit Rock City, yes, they create fear and inflict pain and bring up things from your past that they hold over your head, in my opinion. Yes, if you tell a narcissist something in confidence, like if you tell them, for example, when I was little, my mom always used to say that I wasn't going to amount to much. And you say that to them because you think that they love and care about you, and you're saying that to them to share a piece of, your traumatic history with them, because of course, you do that when you're intimate with a partner. It's part of the intimacy to, speak on things like that. And what they will do is they hold on to that, and when they want to get a dig on you, they will, say that, well, I agree with your mother, you are like that, and they do that. They really do. And then you're sitting there going, oh my gosh, so my mom was right. And you think that too of me, and these are 2 people that loved me, and they both think like that about me. And then you internalize it and you think, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Like, it's so toxic, Detroit. Thank you, though. It's so true. Fear and inflict pain. Bring things up from your past and hold it over your head. Lady Dog says, Lady Freedom, did the news clip ever get investigated? They look like on camera. Oh, yes. So I believe it was investigated, lady. I do. And I don't think it is Sebastian. They haven't come out and definitively said anything. I know it was received. Now I didn't get anything back from the TBI about it, but I do think that the boy looking just like Sebastian, in my opinion, too, but younger, you know. But thank you for asking. Not if a not, excuse me, perfectly a perfect boy mom says, not if a knowledgeable IT person had a Wi-Fi jammer. Just saying. I believe jammers were used. I really do. I really, really do. Oh, thank you, Lady Dog Lover. Love your channel. Total interaction with your viewers, no drama. Oh, thank you, lady. Thank you so much for your super chat, and I appreciate you so much. That's amazing. I love interacting with you guys. You guys are just awesome. You know, the way that you all analyze cases and just, you know, so many good ideas, and in the chat, it's just I love interacting with you guys, you know. He looks just like his daddy. He does. I love those pictures. I found the one where Seth is smiling real big and Sebastian looks like he's probably like 5, maybe a little bit younger, and then the picture of Sebastian when he was older, and then them two just smiling so big. They're just so adorable. It's like, gosh, just so cute. Town Cafe, or excuse me, Chat Town Cafe says, and when KP and SR were leaving Texas Roadhouse, they walked out right behind him and he held the door open for them when they were walking out leaving. Yes, I mean, he walked out right with them. And Katie was watching Yellow Jacket. Hindsight did a video. And when he was over there, Katie was looking over. When she looked over, you know, in the video where she kind of looks over all the way to one side, and then she looks all the way over to the other side and kind of smirks. Tony Fire says, does anybody know who made me famous? I must have said something that hit the bullseye. Well, it's my understanding, Tony, that was what I'm sorry, and I don't mean to laugh, but it's so funny because I'm like, that's our Tony Fire from our community. And I'm like, and I know you're in other chats too, that, you know, it's just like, that's Tony from the true crime community. That's not Tony Mathis. Not that, you know, Tony Mathis isn't part of the true crime community. But, you know, I just thought, oh boy, here we go. It was a misunderstanding, in my opinion, and something made this person think that you were Tony Mathis. So, you know, I don't know. Spokesperson to Seth Rogers, and I'm like, no, that's not right. And you know, I was just hoping you didn't get too much backlash from that, because you're just such a sweetheart, and you don't say anything, you know, anything bad or anything like that. So I don't know. I just felt so Tony, much love to you. You were probably taken back by that. I know I would be. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute, that's not me. You know. Yeah. Oh my gosh, 17. Oh, here we go, Detroit. Here we go. Because I'm about to just be like, I only want one device so I can watch 2020, because I watched the trailer for it. It was on YouTube. And they're like, oh, on Hulu. And I'm like, oh, crap. You know, because I was like, please say Netflix, please say. Because, I mean, I just renewed my Netflix. I think it was just last month, or maybe the month. No, it had to have been last month. But either way, I was like, oh, gosh. And, of course, it's on Hulu. But I do like 2020, and it looked very interesting. No, I got you, Butter Biscuit. I do. Yeah, Rose's disappearance. It's so weird, from the truck stop, you know. CC was throwing red flags in his first interview, or he was throwing red flags in his first interview. Mullet card. He's been revoked. He's had his mullet card revoked. Oh my goodness, that's too funny, CC. And Detroit Rock City says, the video of him at the aquarium, he's so engaged and excited, in my opinion. Oh my gosh, I know. I love when he was dancing in that one video too. Gosh, I don't know. He's just such a good kid, in my opinion, from what I've seen. I get, kids have tantrums, meltdowns, whatever. All kids do. That's how we learn. It's really disturbing when adults have the meltdowns. That's the only thing that disturbs me. The kids having them doesn't, because that's part of growing up. But Kaika says, I was diagnosed in 2016 with CPTSD. Once again, the same as you, Lady Freedom. I know, Kaika, and I think, I don't know about you, but at first I was like, I don't have that. And then I Google it, Google it, y'all. And then I'm like, oh gosh, yeah, I'm doing that. Oh, I did that. Yep. And, and it's a different type, complex PTSD too. It's like, gosh, I'm so sorry to hear it, because it's hard, and, it takes a lot of work. And then also, it's just kind of understanding that, everything you were told by this person that you loved was a lie. And that's what I always want to kind of say, is just, hey, oh, thanks, Detroit. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I'll check my email too. And Gaslight all morning, all Neurovi. Sorry, I just saw that. And don't forget gaslighting, that, and it's true. It is so true. But yeah, they're just, everything they were saying was a lie because of their insecurities, I guess, is what I was trying to get at. Because I hate for somebody to think that, like, that other person was right. And, I hate that. Oh gosh, it's toxic. Yeah, they're puppet masters holding the strings, and they like that because they like the control. They really do. They really do. They like the control. They like to feel like the power over you. It's kind of like the Goblin King. You have no power over me. When Jennifer Connelly tells that to the David Bowie, you have no power over me. And that's really what therapy does too, is empower you to be like, hey, I have power over myself. You don't have power over me. It's so important. And Carla says, Tony Fire, you were correct. I had a marriage proposal 2 years ago, and after 10 years alone, I broke up with the man. Oh, and no more dating for me. He didn't love birds. Yeah. Oh gosh, Carla, he must love birds, right? I'm like that with the cat too. Well, any animal that you have, because I think it's like, that's a part of your family. It's a commitment. And, I don't think it's love to even ask somebody to get rid of, that is a red flag. I think that's another good red flag to remember. If you're dating somebody and they want you to get rid of your animals, or if they don't like your animals, or, I mean, heaven forbid, your children, huge red flag. And, you got to just kind of be like, there's somebody else out there better for me, or, I'd be better off by myself. And I know that's hard. It is. It's hard. But never give up hope on stuff like that. Cause I mean, you never know. You just never know who God's going to put in your life. And NeuroV says it's more common in autistic families. The predator can smell vulnerability and swoop on and destroying lives and families. Peter H. stated that also. I mean, NeuroV, I cannot wait to go back over the Peter Hyatt interview, because we are going to talk about what he says in that interview. And that is something that I do remember, that him saying that, and I believe it to be true, in my opinion, 100%. They can sense that vulnerability, and it's just too bad that people prey on that. Scranton says, I remember CP did say he watched other missing kids cases. I know. And so it just like makes me wonder, it's just so many similarities between what they were saying and what, and then him bringing it up. It's just too weird not to talk about, And Carla H says, Lady Dog Lover, you are correct. That's why I love Lady Freedom. Aw, thank you, Carla. Thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. Aw. Yeah, he has to reign that power and control. Yeah, and for people, or regain, excuse me, Sammy says he has to regain that power and control. Yeah, and for people who aren't like complete control freaks, I think all of us kind of like to feel like we're in control, like for stability purposes, but we're not like a control freak where we have to, you know, make sure that we keep everything under control. I think that's where the narcissist manipulations come in so heavily, is when they're trying to regain or trying to maintain control over a situation. It can really get to the point where they're manipulating so that way they keep everything going their way. And so thank you for saying that, Sammy, because it definitely ties into kind of, you know, why they would be so manipulative. Well, it's to either regain or maintain control, because, you know, heaven forbid it's not going exactly how they want it to go, and, you know, that sort of thing. Thank you so much for the email. I see that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Kaika says even more eerily similar if they find Sebastian in a well or on private property, same as their last name, Wells. Well, and you know, here I go. Well, very true. Very true. And I wouldn't put it past. I mean, I've even gotten some very interesting emails, and I have not forgot about the people who sent them, or, you know, any of that, because I'm considering how to kind of present some of that information as well. But, you know, the concrete and different things, people have been sending me some interesting screenshots of areas, and you know, really, really interesting. You know, and we just don't know. You know, Tony Fire says, Carla, LMAO, I know people don't understand. My life is very peaceful. Well, and that's what I always say. I'm like, oh, you know, you're smart. You're not married, you know. But, you know, I don't mean it in that bad of a way. But I do think that it is a lot more peaceful. And, you know, and also, like, if you can identify or recognize things that make you feel uncomfortable, the sooner the better, you know? And I know that that's hard and stuff like that, but it's better, you know, to kind of get yourself out of a situation before you're like, you know, longer into it. So I understand that completely. And Debutante says, yep, 100%. They will use everything against you to get away with their bad behavior and make it about you instead. My stomach is sick just talking about it. Oh, I know, Debutante. And, you know, and that's another really good point, is that they're using that, like they save that little nugget, right? So then that way, when you confront them and you say, well, you know, I didn't like the way this happened because it made me feel this way. And then they'll look at you and be like, well, you know, you're too sensitive, just like your dad always told you. And it's like that little, like, evil, you know, gremlin on your shoulder telling you this awful thing, you know, and you're like, oh my gosh, so you think that way of me too? And maybe I am like that. And it's a total mind F-U-C-K, you know, and it's toxic as hell. And like I said, don't believe them, you know. And also therapy also makes your mind stronger too against some of those manipulations, you know. Not every single one of them, and you have to work on it, but it does, you know, make you, you know, stronger, because you can recognize it and be like, no, that's not true. I'm not like that. No, I'm not going to let you make me believe that that's who I am, because I know who I am, you know. And that's really important. You know, and then just like who you were before. That was another thing that I really focused on. Who was I before, you know, I met the narcissist? Who was I before I let them manipulate me into being somebody that I wasn't, you know, isolating me from people, all of that kind of stuff. Really, really important. For me, it was that was the most important work that I did, was being like, who was I before? You know, and I always try to work back to that, you know, because unfortunately they do kind of change who you are, until you can kind of, you know, recognize they don't have the power over me. I have the power over me. Detroit Rock City says, Kaika, I have seen it happen before my eyes with my sister and boyfriend. Oh no. Yeah, it was very painful and lasted too many years. They both finally got out, and I'm so proud of both of them. It was a hard road. Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing, the trauma bond, the toxicity, it can be so hard to get out of, and I left a bunch of times too. Like, you leave and then you're like thinking things are, but then they stalk you, or they hoover you back in, or, you go to couples therapy and then you're like, okay, well, they're trying. I mean, they'll do a lot of things to keep you once you leave them, then they start being on their best behavior, then they, so it does suck you back in, or sometimes they beat you back, physically, unfortunately, because you're so damn scared that you're going to go back, um, Adam Forever 21 says, I wondered if the third car Mob talked about was tonight, or excuse me, talked about tonight was a car doing the jammers. Oh, okay, a third car. I need to watch Mob again then, because I saw he had a good one on. I just didn't watch it. Third car. Yeah, that's interesting, Adam Forever 21. They have to, I would think, Debutante. I wonder if they have footage from BJ's and the other many places they visited that day. I would think they would. I would think they would have footage from all of those places, because most places have, cameras, and especially like a kid's place, they're usually pretty secure, just in case, the kid's playing at an arcade game and somebody snatches them up or something. I think they would have footage, Adam Forever 21. I was like, that's our Tony. Carlos said Adam Forever 21. I think it was the same people in different car, just so they can see a different car at the same time. It's delivery driver. Oh yeah, probably so, Carla. Ugh. Adam Forever 21. Hey, Ivana, good to see you. 2 videos of her ago, she was still on a rant. Oh no, somebody, and see, this is where I say, you guys are gonna die. All right, and this is why I say that there needs to be some internal evaluations in her channel, because none of them stood up and was like, you're wrong, that's not who it is, don't keep on doing that to yourself, because it's, not a good thing. They just let her run with it. Way to go, mods. Please don't ever do that to me, you guys. If I'm like thinking it's somebody, Tony, if I'm like wrongfully accusing someone, please, get a hold of me and shake me and say, Lady Freedom, stop that. Please, I won't be mad at you. I'll be so grateful and thankful for you guys, because I would hate to do that. She really thought she really thought that, I'm not, hey, Lori, I'm not trying to be, because it could happen to anybody, right? We could get somebody mixed up. It's a, whatever, it happens. But nobody said, hey, look, you're wrong. No, ma'am, not right. Nope, they just all let her do it, and they're just laughing at her behind the scenes. It's sick, guys. It's sick. Be careful who you trust, is all I gotta say. Last thing I'm saying about it, but I know exactly what group is in there doing that, because they were doing it to my channel too. Debutante says they just raised Netflix subscription price again. Oh, see, I don't know. I just got mine last month, and it was like $8.99, or it was like maybe $7 or $8.99. I think something like that. But yeah, I know, and now I gotta go get the Hulu. But I like Hulu because there's a show called The Bear, and I love that show. And I think there might be a new season coming up. See, I was waiting for The Bear to come out, and then I was gonna get and watch all of them, because I just love that show. And Neuro says CP had all his devices connected to his truck, in my opinion. Hence, he was so sensitive over his truck. As more information would have gotten out, I believe they never checked his truck devices, in my opinion. They were very relaxed with him, in my opinion, too. I don't know. They were very relaxed with both of them, in my opinion, because of unconscious bias and them believing the parents right off the bat, That's right, Detroit. You're our Tony, and you'll always be famous in our eyes. That's right. That's right. Aw. And poor Tony Mathis too. I mean, he was just getting blamed for stuff. And I will tell you, at first I liked Tony. Then I had a little bit of a time where not our Tony Fire. I've always loved Tony Fire, but and then there was a time where I was kind of untrusting with Tony Mathis, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then all this, craziness. But then, I also recognize that he's a very good friend to Seth, and he does a lot for him, and Seth needs a good friend. And so if that's who Seth trusts, then that's great. And, so I also, admitted that, for myself because, I was like, hey, I wasn't always, on board with what Tony was doing. And, now I'm more, I'm pro Tony. And so, we change our thoughts. We can change our minds, and we can say sorry and be like, hey, I was wrong about you. And, um, it's just part of what we have to do, especially in this case. We don't know what to think half the time. We're all like, what? And then, what's going on? Okay, let's try to figure this out. Um, Aw, lady, that's sweet. In Glasgow. Kaika says, the lady with the dragons. Aw, prayer hands, Kaika. Aw, thank you, Holly. Yes. They need to learn how to spell. Pay attention, people. Right? And that's another thing. One was an I, one was a Y. Like, I'm just saying, I think, like I said, evaluate the team when they're letting you, do those things, and you're sitting up there and accusing people. And um, I will, Holly S. Thank you. Town Chat Cafe says, was it ever determined what the Yellow Jacket guy's name is? Not yet, Town Chat Cafe. I wish. Like I said, my brain is going like Detroit Rock City was saying earlier. Like, it could be this guy that looks like this guy, and it might be this guy from court, and this, so I don't know. As soon as I figure it out, though, I'll let you guys know. And if you figure it out, let me know, because I wish we could know who that guy was. It's so hard to identify him because he's just wearing the mask and the glasses, and there's a glare, and and Tony Fire says, Detroit, thank you, my friend. But I don't mind being Tony for a bit. For a bit. He's a gentleman in my eyes, a true friend to Seth. Aw, Tony Fire, that's so sweet. That's why we love you. And I agree, and that's the way I feel. I really do. I feel like he is doing a lot for Seth. He even opened his home for him to come to Christmas, and they had some mutual friends, and I think that's good. We all need people, especially in this situation. And Seth has gone through a lot, in my opinion, with trying to figure out who he can trust and who he can't trust. And I'm glad that he is in a better space than he was, and that he has a good person in his corner. I really do believe that. Neuro V says EMDR is gold for CPTSD, but not a full recovery always, but helps and can see it in Seth, the physical pain he is holding. That's why he got Tony and online support. Yes. And I'm so happy to be supportive of Seth. I really am. And like I said before, if I saw Katie making an effort, I would support her too. And EMDR therapy, I have heard really good things about it. I almost started it and I did not do it. And I probably should have, but I heard that it does work for some people. I've heard good things about it, NeuroV. So thank you for sharing that, because it could work for people. And I heard that it has a good success rate. And Detroit Rock City says, Tony, yes, he's a great friend to Seth. Yes, he is. Yes, exactly, Nero V. Sorry, I'm glad he got Tony and all of us, in my opinion. Yes, I do too. I do too. And I'm glad that I was able to recognize the error in my thinking as well. I really am, because I was wrong. So I love Peter's work too, Lori. I'm not a big fan of Mike Dammit, but I don't watch him a lot, Okay, Kaika says I need to watch Damon. Nero says, I thought that seeing silver on Drake River search at the time. I did see something about a pond in Silvers. Anne had sent me. So, Lori, I say happily divorced. Oh my god. And sometimes it's just for the better. You know what I mean? I think that I really commend people who are amicably divorced and they're like, hey, it's all about our kids. Like those people I really champion. I'm like, these people are great, you know? Um, oh, Debutante says EMDR. Yes, I was doing that now for my CPTSD, but only bad part is it unlocks repressed. Debutante. You just unlocked my fear and why I didn't want to do it. Yeah, see, and I thought I was gonna get away with saying why I didn't do it. But here it's true. Yeah, it unlocks repressed memories though. No Lady Freedom. If anything happens between me and my hubs ever, I will be by myself 100. I say that too about yeah, I say that too. I understand that. Thanks, Detroit. Lady Freedom, if you're not a therapist, you make a great one. Thanks, Cece. I just like to share what I know. And then also, you know, there's so many great therapists on YouTube that do the videos. Gosh, Dr. Romani. Um, she's one of my very, very favorites. But there's so many good people out there, you know, that like to spread awareness and things like that. And Detroit. I heard, thank you so much, Lori. Thank you, Lori. I know, and I'm going to have to get off here soon, guys, but what a great live, such great conversations. Oh, okay, Jacob is going to do an update too. Okay, wonderful, Sharon. Thank you. I like Jacob when she comes on and talks because she really has a good perspective. Neuro says, Debutante, it's hard work, very painful, and so tiring, so rest up in between and as you have to go feeling worse before getting a little better, but takes months to start processing and yeah, desensitizing. Yeah. You know, I went over kind of the information and everything about it, but that makes sense to me, Neuro, too. That it is very hard work and it's something that you got to keep up at. And, you know, I'm just praying that it helps too, because I know, and see, like I said, you guys got me, because that's why I was like, oh, do I really want to bring it up again? Debutante says, I love to see her interacting with Sebastian in other places. I would too. I would love to see it too, just to see what, you know, what was going on that day. And I don't see why it would hurt anything. Maybe they're afraid that people will see her interacting and get upset though. You know, maybe, I don't know. And Detroit says they both went back to too many times. All you can do is wait, and it was pretty terrifying. You can't make up anyone's mind until they are truly ready. It is so true. Like even one thing that I never knew for sure, but I always had it in the back of my head and really thought, you know, about it, was Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. The night that the day that the Moab incident happened, Brian was taken to a hotel and Gabby went in her van on her separate way, and they were supposed to be separated for the night. But that very night they got together. They got back together that very night. And I always thought they did. And I didn't, you know for sure. But just being in that situation, knowing how I was myself, and that's the hardest part about DV, Detroit. Thank you for saying that, because it's a toxic mindset. And so, you know, you think, and the codependency is another thing that kind of kicks in, right? Because you're like, I need that person. You know, they're my everything. They're my rock. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do without them, because they've made you think. And this is very strategic on their part. You know, I hate to only blame one party when there's two involved, but they're trying to make you think that you need them, you know, and stuff like that. And it's super toxic. And then you end up going back to them. And that was the one of the biggest bombshells that I realized in Gabby Petito's newest documentary on Netflix was that yep, she went back to Brian, or they went back to each other, you know, really. I mean, at the end of the day, they went back to each other that very night after all of that. And, you know, they both, you know, were supposed to stay away, but they both didn't, you know. Neuro VITs, my therapist will need or excuse me, Neuro VITs that my therapist will need a therapist by the time they're through with my trauma. Aw, I have to find the humor in it. That's sweet, debutante. I know, and you're sitting there worried about them, and you know, here you are, you know, but I understand that. I understand that. And there's been times where I've, you know, decided that this is not a good therapist for me. And I remember like Seth bringing that up about Sebastian, that it just wasn't a good fit, you know, and I think it's so important to recognize that too. But then on the flip side of it, these poor, you know, I felt sorry for some of my therapists too, because they're like, really? Really? You know, because there's just a lot. There's, especially when there's a lot of trauma, or like if you've gone through it for years and then you're trying to get help for it, it's like, you know, oh gosh, you got to start all over and tell somebody about all of this stuff. And, you know, we've talked about it on the channel too here. The after abuse, right? That happens after the divorce and after, you know, if you have kids, you know, some of that can be just like so residual and ongoing until the kids are old enough to where you don't ever have to deal with each other, you know, but it can take years, obviously. It's, yeah. And I do find the humor in it too, debutante. And I think that's the best thing we can do, because we don't let it like hurt us. And that's another thing too, you know, not letting it run our emotional throttles. It's important, you know, to not let people do that to us. It's very hard not to do it, but once we realize that they're doing that, it makes it easier for us to be like, no, you're not doing this to me. You're not going to get me to this level of upset or whatever they're doing to you that's terrorizing you. Um, and Vana says, I won't speak on her stuff. I'm sorry. I think she is a terrible person who makes herself a constant victim. You know, and that's possible. You know, that's another thing that, you know, I talked about even when we're talking about bullying and stuff like that. You cannot cause trouble and then turn around and say, oh, people are being so mean to me. If you were going around being mean to everybody else and then they're being mean back to you, and that's flipping and gaslighting, right? It just is. If you're doing crazy stuff and then people will call you out on it, that's not bullying. That's a person calling you out on it. I have a really good TikTok I want to share with you guys on that one too. Yeah, yeah. Perfectly Imperfect, she mixed them up. And you know, I was waiting for her. I didn't see anything on it, but I was kind of waiting for her to be like, hey, I'm sorry, but I don't know if she knows that she mixed them up. I don't know. But I'm calling on her mod squad to, you know, step it up, because I know I don't know, it's just awful. It's unbelievable, really. Because these are the people that you're putting around to trust, and they're doing stuff to you like that behind the scenes and allowing for you to, you know, kind of act foolish. And she didn't know. I mean, it wasn't malicious. She didn't know, in my opinion. Carrie Starr says, yes, I've heard KP had quite the life insurance policy on Sebastian too. Well, you know, and she told Smiley that, you know, Seth had one. Seth's like, well, I had the Gerber grow up plan, you know. All right, guys. Well, yes, I need to watch that. I do. I need to watch Bad Romance. I'm going to watch that one for sure. I better get off of here, but I've so enjoyed having you guys all tonight, and thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to work on something great for tomorrow. Probably will be maybe a little bit of a Summer Wells mashup. I'm working on a little bit. But of course, I'm looking heavily into the Peter Hyatt interviews, and I think that is going to take me a little bit more time to kind of put together, but I'll be working on that as well. Scranton, I am not 100%. She told Smiley his father has one on him, you know, because in a very kind of vindictive fashion, in my opinion, tone, Smiley said, you know, did you have a life insurance policy on Sebastian? And she didn't say anything. And then she goes, or did Seth or anybody? Like, I'm just wondering. And she's like, well, his father had one on him, like very snarky. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know if they did or not, though. I'm sorry sorry, Lori. I know. And I tried to go on a little bit earlier tonight, and then by the time I was like, oh, it's going to be 11:30 again. But I'm glad that I got to do the crash course on Summer. I really am. We're not done talking about it. Yes, and KP said Seth had one very vindictive. Yes, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Well, thank you all, you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. You guys all take care and stay safe out there. Say prayers for Sebastian and Summer, and we'll talk again tomorrow.